Hey guys, tonight we slip on muddy boots, cinch our belts tighter than comfort allows, and step into the mess kits of World War II soldiers. The sun hasn't even risen yet, and already your stomach is growling, but not out of excitement, more like dread. You reach into your gear, pull out a dented tin labeled meat, possibly, and start mentally preparing for whatever awaits inside. If you were hoping for eggs and toast, well, you probably won't survive this. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. Let's see how far this sleepy little community stretches. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in the mud. Your socks are wet. Your rifle is heavier than it has any right to be. But what really tips you over the edge is breakfast, something squishy in a can that smells like meat but looks like a punishment. You peel back the lid with a rusty key that came attached to the tin. It rolls open with a crunch that sounds like regret. Inside, some kind of pale jellied blob, what the label calls meat product. You poke it with your spoon, and it doesn't fight back. It just jiggles. This is your welcome to the frontline kitchen soldier, where calories matter more than taste and flavor is an afterthought lost somewhere on the transport ship. The U.S. Army tried, bless them. Rations had to be shelf-stable, lightweight, and immune to everything from jungle humidity to Arctic frost. That's how you end up chewing something that technically meets your daily calorie quota, but leaves your soul slightly emptier. You start to eat because the alternative is hunger. And hunger, as any soldier will tell you, is a poor dinner companion. The meat tastes vaguely like Spam, but with a glossier texture and a smell that hints at veterinary office. You wash it down with tepid water from a canteen that hasn't been cleaned since boot camp. Vintage. Historians still argue whether this kind of rationing was a masterclass in logistics or just a slow descent into culinary despair. On paper, the U.S. rations were better than most calorically dense, vitamin-packed, and available in massive quantities. In practice, not exactly Michelin star. You rummage through your ration box and find a few extras. Hardtack crackers that feel like edible bricks. A packet of powdered lemonade that might make the water taste like lemon, or might just fizz strangely. And joy of joys, a small roll of toilet paper, because even the army knows what's coming. You eat in silence, occasionally glancing at your comrades. One guy is trying to heat his tin over a candle stub. Another's feeding bits to a stray dog that looks understandably hesitant. No one's talking about the food. No one ever does. You'd think soldiers would complain more. But there's something oddly comforting in the shared misery of it. Like if everyone's eating sadness stew, at least you're not alone. The sun starts to rise. The landscape is eerily quiet, just the sound of boots on wet earth and the occasional clink of a spoon against tin. You feel the weight of the day ahead settling into your shoulders. But for now, you're full. Not satisfied. Not even pleased. Just full. Later, maybe you'll come across a soldier with a trick. Maybe someone brought a tiny bottle of hot sauce from home. Maybe someone bartered chocolate for a chunk of cheese from the French. But not today. Today is all about getting through. There's an odd pride in surviving these meals, like passing some kind of secret trial. A veteran's badge not made of metal, but of stomach lining. And it's not just your army doing this. Across the front lines, soldiers from every country are facing down similarly dire meals. Germans choking down ersatz coffee made from roasted acorns, Brits gnawing at bully beef until their teeth beg for mercy, Japanese troops boiling rice into mush and pretending it's stew. Everyone's suffering together, but in flavorfully different ways. Oh, and don't think for a second these rations are a modern thing. Ancient armies ate weird stuff too. Roman soldiers had to carry dried wheat cakes and vinegar wine. In fact, vinegar shows up a lot in military diets. Not because it tastes good, but because it doesn't go bad. You haven't lived until you've drunk vinegar because it's the safest liquid option. You finish your mystery meat. You fold the can flat with your boot like a wartime origami. The spoon goes back in your kit, ready to face its next terrifying encounter. There's a joke circulating in your unit. Why did the meat cross the road to escape the can? No one laughs. Not really, but it breaks the tension just enough. You get up your back, stiff your belly, reluctantly full. It's time to move out. Somewhere up ahead, the next meal awaits probably another tin, another questionably edible thing, another chapter in the saga of military cuisine. You adjust your gear squint into the daylight and start marching. The rations may be awful, but they're yours. And tonight, if you're lucky, maybe you'll get the one with actual beans in it. Or not. You've made it through breakfast barely. Now comes lunch, or what the Army cheerfully calls C rations. Spoiler alert, the C doesn't stand for culinary. It might as well stand for choke chew with caution, or can this be real food? You settle behind a crumbling wall rifle, propped nearby helmet, tilted just enough to keep the drizzle off your nose. The squad spread out, each person fiddling with their own little brown box of dietary disappointment. You open yours with the enthusiasm of someone unwrapping a pair of socks on Christmas. Inside, you find the standard issue, a meat can, a B unit, biscuit, a D unit, dessert, or chocolate bar, some matches, a stick of chewing gum toilet paper again. Because let's be honest, it is going to be needed. And a packet of instant coffee you could use to resurface a road. The meat can is labeled meat and beans. You pop it open, and the smell hits you first. It's warmish, but the consistency is suspicious. There's definitely meat of some kind. Beef? Maybe. There's a mushy blend of something that once looked like beans, now more like legume-flavored paste. One guy nearby got ham and lima beans, affectionately known in every branch as ham and mother-lovin' offal. The scent alone could legally be classified as a chemical weapon. He takes one bite and mutters, "Still better than my ex-wife's cooking." A joke that gets a few weak chuckles. That's the spirit of C rations, shared suffering slightly seasoned with sarcasm. C rations were designed for troops on the move, portable, calorie-dense, and able to survive extreme climates, supply chain chaos, and questionable storage conditions. But let's not kid ourselves, they were mostly just edible insurance against starvation. Historians still argue whether C rations were a necessary evil or a missed opportunity for real innovation. The U.S. had the resources to try something better, yet every tin was a trade-off: longevity, over taste efficiency, over morale. You gnaw at the biscuits dry enough to suck all the moisture out of your gums. Someone jokes you could use them to stop a tank round. Honestly, it doesn't feel like much of a joke. You could probably patch a wall with one of these. Then there's the accessory packet. Inside is the infamous 4-pack of cigarettes. Yep, the government wanted to keep morale up and lungs cloudy. The tobacco lobby had a cozy relationship with the military, and soldiers were practically encouraged to smoke. You light one up with the book of matches tucked inside your ration because nothing says digestive aid like inhaling burnt leaves. There's also a small can of fruit cocktail if you're lucky. You pop it open and marvel at the gelatinous cubes of something vaguely peach adjacent. It's sweet. It's wet. It's the highlight of the meal, which tells you everything you need to know about how low the bar has been set. Fun fact: the C ration system was so disliked that soldiers would go out of their way to trade for local food, even if it meant risking dysentery. You'd give up your whole week's chocolate rations for a fresh egg or a slice of bread that didn't sound hollow when tapped. But even in all this blandness, there's a certain consistency comforting in its own bleak way. At least you know what you're getting. It's not a good surprise, but it's not a new horror either. And sometimes, stability is enough. There's a guy in your platoon who swears he's going to open a restaurant after the war. He says he'll call it the can opener and serve C rations just to traumatize the clientele. Charge him double for the ham and lima, he says. Only real veterans will understand the pain. Then there's the ritual. Soldiers open their C rations in a rhythm. First check for the good stuff, then divide and trade. Gum for chocolate, crackers for peanut butter. Occasionally, someone hoards the cocoa powder to try making some kind of chocolate mud paste. Desperation is the mother of terrible inventions. You hear stories of soldiers trying to get creative, using vehicle exhausts to heat food, mixing components from different meals into bizarre stew hybrids. Some even buried certain cans, hoping to find them later when they'd properly decomposed into something resembling edible. That never worked. One thing that does work occasionally is heating the meat can in your helmet with a bit of water. It's risky, though. You've heard about the guy who scorched the lining of his helmet and ended up smelling like scorched beans for a week. Nobody wanted to share a foxhole with him after that. There's a certain loneliness to lunch in the field. Even when you're surrounded by comrades, it's quiet. Eating is survival, not social. You hunch, you chew, you endure. Conversations are muted, mostly jokes and grumbles, but they mean something. They tether you to normalcy, however artificial. Somewhere behind the lines, there are field kitchens and fresh loaves of bread and warm stew. You've heard the legends, but up here, the C ration is king, and it rules with a gelatinous, vaguely beef-flavored iron fist. Later, as you fold the meat can and wipe your spoon, someone offers you the last stick of gum from their pack. You take it with mock reverence. Peppermint, maybe, or just chalk dust. Who knows anymore? But in that tiny exchange, a ration shared. You remember what keeps people going through all this. Not the calories, not the sugar, not even the nicotine. It's each other. The dumb jokes, the shared misery, the quiet solidarity. So you stash the gum brush, the crumbs off your lap, and get ready to move again. Another day, another box, another lesson in culinary humility. You barely digest your C ration before someone shouts, "Move out," and now you're back on your feet, boots squelching in the muck stomach, turning over the culinary betrayal it just endured. But hey, dinner's coming. And this time, it's a K ration, smaller, lighter, and somehow worse. You yank a K ration box out of your pack. It's compact, about the size of a thick paperback novel. There's a cheery little label on it, U.S. Army Field Ration K, Dinner Unit. Oh, good dinner in a box, just like Mom used to. Not. You open it carefully, tearing back the waxed cardboard flap, and inside you find the usual suspects: a meat product of questionable pedigree, a biscuit packet, a chocolate bar with all the flavor of sidewalk chalk, and a powdered drink mix. Sometimes, there's even a tiny can of processed cheese spread if the ration gods are feeling generous. You pray. They aren't. The meat in this dinner unit is chopped ham and egg processed. You stare at the words. You take a breath. You eat it anyway. The texture is rubbery. The color is a sad beige pink. It tastes vaguely like someone whispered the word ham into a vat of paste and stirred for 3 minutes. The eggs are somewhere in there, lost in the blend. A culinary mystery even Sherlock Holmes would refuse to investigate. The K ration was meant for short-term use, designed by the U.S. military for paratroopers' tank crews and special units on the move. Each box had a specific meal breakfast, lunch, or dinner. The idea was convenience. The result was constipation. Real talk, your digestive system stops trusting you after 3 straight days of these. Historians still argue whether the K ration was a revolutionary logistical solution or just a morale-sapping endurance test. It wasn't supposed to be a long-term solution, but war rarely goes according to plan. So K rations overstayed their welcome, often becoming the daily norm for weeks on end. You dig into the biscuits. They're dry, of course, but they crumble better than the ones in the C ration. Small victories. They pair with the peanut butter spread decently, although pair is generous, more like exist in the same proximity. And then there's the drink packet, usually lemon or orange flavored. The instructions say to mix it with water. Your canteen water tastes vaguely metallic with hints of swamp. You mix it anyway. The powder clumps. You stir with your spoon. It turns a fluorescent yellow that seems like it should be illegal. You drink it. It tastes like melted lemon candy and regret. There's a tiny pack of chewing gum, too. You save that. The minty sting is your one clean-feeling thing in this whole ration. Someone nearby is brushing his teeth with it. Not joking. One guy in your squad opens his cheese spread and lets out a dramatic sigh. Smells like home, he says. If home is a cheese factory that exploded. You laugh, because honestly, the smell is not unlike heated feet. And yet, he eats it. Then comes the infamous chocolate bar. Not a treat. A tool. It's called a Logan bar, intended to provide energy, not joy. You bite into it and immediately reconsider. It's hard, bitter, and dense enough to deflect small arms fire. Soldiers say you have to suck on it like a cough drop or risk a dental emergency. That's the thing about the K ration. It's efficient. It packs 2,030 calories into your day. But it also makes you miss flavor, texture, fiber, and bowel movement. More than one soldier joked that a steady K ration diet turned your insides into a cement mixer. You hear about guys inventing all kinds of workarounds, heating the ham and eggs on a hot engine, mixing cocoa powder with water and sugar packets to make something almost like pudding. One guy even tried frying the biscuits over a Zippo lighter. He set his glove on fire, and the packaging, all that waxed cardboard and tiny tins. They were waterproof, sure, but also made you feel like you were unpacking a dollhouse kitchen. Some soldiers used the leftover boxes as notebooks, drawing cartoons, or writing letters on the insides to send home. A tiny rebellion against bland utility. K rations weren't uniform across the board either. Early versions had cigarettes, while later versions sometimes didn't. Occasionally, you'd find toilet paper. Sometimes just a matchbook. There were endless jokes about which version you got. Did you get the colon-friendly kind? Or the good luck tomorrow box? Sometimes you'd get lucky and find a jelly packet grape mostly. It went on crackers or straight into your mouth. Someone once made a war PB&J with biscuit peanut butter and jelly all layered. It held together for 3 bites before imploding, but still a miracle. You think back to your last package from home. A cookie, just one. Stale by the time it arrived, but it tasted like cinnamon and actual care. Compared to this, it was heaven in wax paper. You still think about it sometimes. Your squad finishes eating. A few guys fold their wrappers into paper airplanes. One guy carves his initials into the side of the empty meat tin. There's not much to do once you're done. No seconds, no real cleanup. Just tuck it all away and keep marching. You'd think a ration so small wouldn't have such a big impact, but it does. Every meal is a moment of quiet, of strange camaraderie, of noticing how very much you miss food that doesn't come with chemical preservatives. And yet, you endure. Not because you like it, because it keeps you moving. K rations didn't win the war, but they made sure the people who could did. One last bite of cracker, one last sip of neon lemon water. You pack up your trash and sling your gear. The next meal is a mystery, and you're already bracing for whatever's in that next tiny box of edible challenges. You've barely gotten used to the indignities of American rations when your unit links up with the Brits. Suddenly, you're handed a new can. It's smaller, older looking, and feels like it was packaged during the Boer War. The label is faded, but you can still make it out. Bully beef. You pop the top, and a slab of something pinkish slides out with a wet plop. It holds its shape disturbingly well. Welcome to the fine tradition of British field cuisine. Bully beef, short for boiled beef, is officially called tinned corned beef, and it's been fueling and horrifying British soldiers since the 1880s. During World War II, it was the backbone of the British ration system. Literally, for some, it was so dense you could use the unopened tins as makeshift sandbags. You poke it with your fork, it quivers ominously. The texture is a cross between shredded meat and cold candle wax. It smells metallic, with hints of salt beef and battlefield ennui. You take a bite. It's salty. That's the nicest thing you can say. One guy mutters bully beef again. I'd rather eat my boots. You suspect he's only half joking. Another is slicing his into thin strips and frying it over a tiny fire. The result is at least warm, which is apparently an upgrade. Still tastes like sadness. The British rations were simpler than the American ones. Less packaging, fewer frills. Soldiers were expected to prepare their own meals using mess tins and whatever heat source they could find. Sometimes they got tins of biscuits, tins of tea, and if the quartermaster had a sense of humor, a square of boiled sweets as dessert. But bully beef was the constant. Always there. Always gelatinous. Historians still argue whether the reliance on bully beef was out of tradition, convenience, or just stubbornness. Some say the British military was slow to modernize, while others point out that logistics across a global empire made fresh meals nearly impossible. Either way, generations of soldiers cursed that familiar tin. The Australians and New Zealanders got it too so much, so that Anzac troops coined the term bully beef bash for any quick meal made in the field. And the jokes were endless. Bully beef, the only food that fights back. You don't digest it, you survive it. You hear a story from a British private during a particularly bad stretch in North Africa. He and his mates ate bully beef 3 times a day for 6 weeks. On day 43, someone tried to trade their entire stash for a single egg. No one blamed him. And yet, there's a kind of affection for the stuff. Like an annoying uncle you can't get rid of. Some soldiers swore by it, slicing it onto bread, mixing it with powdered soup, or even blending it with Marmite, an act that should possibly be considered a war crime. In a pinch bully, beef could be turned into hash fried with onions, potatoes, or whatever could be scrounged. The result was still intensely salty, but at least it had texture. One sergeant called it meat gravel. It stuck with you. Physically, emotionally. You open a British biscuit tin. Inside are what can only be described as granite discs, hard dry, and not entirely distinguishable from coasters. You break one in half barely and spread a thin layer of condensed milk on it. Now it's dessert. Kind of. Then there's tea. Always tea. British rations made sure every man had a way to brew it. Even if everything else failed, if the bully beef curdled, the biscuits shattered, the sweets melted, there would still be tea. A moral anchor in a canteen cup. You sit with a British corporal who's carefully stirring his brew with the end of a pocket knife. Terrible tea, he says with a shrug, but still tea. He offers you a sip. It's strong, bitter, slightly metallic. You nod in appreciation. It'll put hair on your chest, he says. You're already coughing. To mix things up, some soldiers scavenged or bartered with locals trading biscuits or bully beef for fresh bread, cheese, even wine. Officers frowned on it. Everyone else did it anyway. One Brit tells you he once swapped an entire week's ration for a single tomato. It was worth it. You hear whispers of more experimental rations being tested, British variations with spam-like meats or even tinned pies. But those were rare. For most bully beef was destiny. There's even a superstition among some units. If your bully beef tin is dented, you'll have bad luck in the next battle. You start eyeing your tin nervously. You mash some bully beef with a spoon and smear it onto the biscuit. You chew, slowly. You wonder how much salt a human body can safely hold. You wonder if anyone's written poetry about this. You imagine a Shakespearean sonnet. Shall I compare thee to a tin of meat? Probably not. By now, the light is fading. The fire is down to embers. A few soldiers are passing around a tin of jam like it's liquid gold. You get a spoonful. It's cloyingly sweet, artificial, probably made of sugar and dye, but it cuts through the salt like a miracle. You consider crying. One last sip of tea, now lukewarm. One last bite of biscuit. You wrap the rest of your rations, tuck them away, and settle into the silence. You're full. Not in the way a proper meal fills you, but in the way only preserved protein can. You feel preserved, like you could be shipped somewhere else and remain edible. You stare at the empty tin beside you. Tomorrow, it'll be another one just like it. Same shape, same sound, same contents, but you'll eat it. You always do. Because food is fuel, and fuel in this war is survival. You wake up, sore hungry, and vaguely haunted by the ghost of last night's bully beef. It lingers in your breath, your memory, and possibly your soul. But today's a new day, and there's a scent in the air that's almost exciting. Is that something cooking? You follow your nose through the encampment, dodging gear, ducking wires until you see it a field kitchen. A proper one, not a tin in sight, at least not yet. Just a few metal pots, a fire pit, and two guys in stained aprons who look like they've seen things, real things, grease-splattered, fire-singed things. This is the battlefield buffet, the miracle of mobile mess halls. It's not glamorous, but it's hot, and that alone is worth writing home about. Field kitchens were the beating heart of sustenance in larger, more stationary operations. When you weren't on the march, or in a foxhole, this was where dinner happened. Mobile field ranges Trailer-mounted stoves could be hauled behind jeeps or trucks and set up in minutes. Suddenly, you weren't chewing cold meat paste. You were eating something that had steam coming off it. Today, you're ladled a scoop of something vaguely stew-like. Meat chunks, potato cubes, carrots if the gods are smiling. It's hot. It smells almost normal. You cradle the tin mess tin in your gloved hands like it's holy. You blow on a spoonful. You bite. And it's not bad. Compared to rations, this feels like luxury. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not home-cooked. The meat's canned, the veggies rehydrated, and the seasoning barely present. But it's been boiled, stirred, and prepared by a cook who's standing here in the freezing cold instead of hiding behind a desk. That counts for something. One soldier nearby is munching on a sandwich made with field-baked bread. It's dense, crumbly, smells like yeast and engine grease. Still, it's bread. Not biscuit, not cracker. Bread. You blink at it like it's a hallucination. The guy grins. Chaplin's assistant made it this morning. He said it's his grandma's recipe. I think she hated him. Field kitchens varied wildly across different units. Some were staffed by soldiers with actual cooking backgrounds. Others were manned by guys who drew the short straw. You once met a cook who used to be a pastry chef in Brooklyn. He made donuts out of mashed potatoes and powdered eggs. You'd sell your boots for another one of those. Historians still argue whether the mobile kitchen was a morale booster or a logistical headache. Sure, it fed troops better, but it required fuel transport and time. In fast-moving operations, it couldn't keep up. But when it could, it made all the difference. There's a warmth that settles into you after a field kitchen meal that's different from a ration tin. Not just physical warmth, but emotional. Like someone somewhere still remembers that you're a person. That you deserve food that isn't a nutritional dare. You finish your stew and start on the surprise of the day mashed potatoes. Probably powdered, definitely lumpy, but doused in something pretending to be gravy. It clings to the spoon in a way that suggests commitment. You respect that. There's even dessert, not cake. Let's not be crazy. But some stewed prunes. You laugh when you see them. Prunes someone scoffs, but they're sweet and oddly comforting. And besides, given the effects of all those K-rations, they might just save your life. The Army's version of nutrition science was evolving. The goal was simple: keep men alive functioning, and ideally not scurvy-ridden. The reality was a Frankenstein diet of salt-fat preservatives and occasionally vitamin C. In the field kitchen, though, there was some effort toward balance. You might get a green bean or two, maybe a canned peach half. And then there's the coffee, boiled in massive vats poured from blackened kettles and strong enough to dissolve a spoon. It's bitter, acrid, absolutely necessary. You take a sip, wince, then go back for more. It's like punishment and reward in one metal cup. You learn to appreciate these moments. Food that doesn't come with a label. Meals served with a grunt instead of a number. Cooks who season with more than just desperation. It's not delicious, but it feels like food again. One guy's telling a story about a French civilian who cooked a real stew for his unit, once rabbit wine garlic actual herbs. They ate like kings for an afternoon. Then the MPs came and yelled about unauthorized foreign food exchange. Everyone agreed it was still worth it. Someone else mentions that during the Italian campaign, there was once a field kitchen that made spaghetti. Real pasta. The line stretched around a building. It caused a minor riot when they ran out. A single corporal was caught hoarding Parmesan. He became a camp legend. Of course, not every kitchen experience was a win. One infamous batch of chili turned out to be mostly powdered tomato and old beans. It caused gastrointestinal chaos across 2 battalions. The latrines were declared a danger zone. People still whisper about it. You finish your meal, wiping your spoon clean on your sleeve. There's a strange fullness, not just in your stomach, but in your chest. That sense of temporary comfort, of small normalcy. It won't last. It never does. But for now, you're fed. Properly. You hear pots clanging behind the serving line, cooks dumping water, scraping pans. One guy's singing badly, but cheerfully. It's almost domestic, almost like peace. You look down at your empty tin. No label, no date, just a dented dish and a half smile. And in a few hours, when the sun dips low and the orders come in, you'll be back in the mud, chewing on a chocolate bar made of industrial glue and bitterness. But for now, you've eaten something hot, something vaguely real, and that's a battlefield miracle. After the rare luxury of a hot meal, you're back to the grind. Boots laced gear cinched, and the faint taste of powdered gravy still lingering on your breath. But now, you're curious if the food's this bad here. What's it like on the other side? You finally get a peek into an enemy soldier's rations. It happens during a lull in fighting somewhere in a scorched village where the front lines have blurred. Someone finds an abandoned German pack. Inside are papers, extra socks, and yes, a soldier's lunch. It's a small rectangular tin, neat and precise, like everything else the Wehrmacht seemed to design. The label reads Erbswurst, which translates charmingly to pea sausage. You open it, and sure enough, it's a dense greenish-brown cylinder, kind of like someone took split pea soup and turned it into sidewalk chalk. German rations were heavy on shelf-stable efficiency. The standard iron ration Eiserne portion included hardtack, their version, 2 dried, sausage soup tablets, coffee substitute made from roasted barley and powdered potatoes. Functional, absolutely. Delicious 9. You break a chunk off the Erbswurst and drop it into a cup with boiling water. It dissolves slowly, forming a thick, salty soup. Smells vaguely vegetal. Tastes like army green sludge. Still, it's hot. And in wartime, hot matters more than flavor. The Germans prided themselves on logistics. Their troops often had decent food when supply lines held. But toward the end of the war, especially on the Eastern Front, those same soldiers were gnawing moldy bread, boiling snow for water, and dreaming about Vienna sausages that didn't come from a tin. One fringe story even claims German soldiers would try to catch frogs for stew when rations ran low. Historians still argue whether this was widespread desperation or just creative foraging gone gourmet. Either way, they weren't alone in scrounging for anything edible. You take a bite of something called pemmican, a dense bar made from meat fat and dried berries based on an old Native American recipe. The Germans adapted a version for long marches. It's intensely fatty and a little sweet. Feels like survival in a square. Next up, a captured Italian ration. You expect pasta and Parmesan. You get canned beans and a tiny bottle of olive oil. Still olive oil. The Italians somehow held on to culinary dignity in the smallest ways. A little oil, a few hard crackers, maybe some dried fruit. There's even wine rations listed in some units' supply logs. Yes, wine. Not much. A few sips. But still, soldiers sometimes got a shot of vino with dinner. Just enough to make bully beef's cousin taste a little less like despair. You sip from a small Italian coffee tin. strong, burnt, glorious. Even lukewarm, it's better than the American instant sludge. One guy swears the Italians would grind beans with the butt of their rifles just to get the texture right. You choose to believe him. And then there's the Japanese rations, completely different. A Japanese soldier might carry a bamboo-wrapped bundle of gohan or white rice balls, sometimes with bits of pickled plum or dried fish. These were prepared in advance and eaten cold. No cans, no chemical preservatives, just rice, fish, and salt. But it didn't last. As the war dragged on, Japanese rations became scarcer, and soldiers often suffered from malnutrition. One document listed a day's rations as 2 rice balls and hope. You're not even sure that's a joke. The Japanese also carried a kind of hard candy made with glucose syrup meant for quick energy. You chew on one, it sticks to your teeth. Sweet, yes, but hollow, like someone tried to turn air into food. There's also something called miso tablets, concentrated squares of fermented bean paste meant to dissolve into soup. You try one in warm water. It's earthy, funky, and surprisingly comforting. Still, it's no substitute for protein. Historians still argue whether the Japanese diet steeped in tradition and ritual was adaptable enough for the brutal logistics of a global war. In the early years, it worked. But later, with supply lines cut and local resources drained, many Japanese soldiers resorted to eating roots, grass, even insects. You hear a tale from a Marine who found an abandoned Japanese pack on Guadalcanal. Inside was dried squid wrapped in wax paper. He tried it. Said it was like chewing a tire soaked in soy sauce. Not bad, he admitted. Just weirdly chewy. He finished it. Hunger is the ultimate seasoning. One thing all armies shared: hardtack. From Germany to America, Italy to Russia, everyone seemed to issue some form of indestructible bread. Dry, flavorless, and functionally immortal. You could build with it, or play cards with it. Eating it was just one option. You pause for a moment, looking at the odd collection in front of you. Smoked sausage from Germany, canned beans from Italy, a Japanese rice ball, now slightly stale, and your own half-melted chocolate bar. A wartime charcuterie board. If you squint, it almost looks like a meal. But you're not just chewing on foreign flavors, you're tasting strategy. The Germans emphasized endurance. The Italians clung to culture. The Japanese focused on simplicity. And the Americans, calories, bulk, sugar, and salt. Each menu a reflection of its nation's priorities and limitations. You take a sip of Ersatz German coffee, roasted from chicory root. It's earthy and bitter, but drinkable. You reflect on how every soldier, on every side, sat like this, staring into a metal cup, wondering what tomorrow's meal might look like, and hoping it would at least be warm. And in that shared experience through tinned meats and rice balls and 2 salty biscuits, you realize war strips things down. Identity, luxury, even taste. But not completely. Somehow, even in battle food, still whispers home. Morning comes again, though calling it morning is generous. It's just a slightly lighter shade of gray, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes everything feel vaguely damp. You roll over in your sleeping bag, reach into your pack, and prepare yourself for the one ritual that cuts through the misery of trench foot and ration fatigue, instant coffee, and a cigarette. Breakfast of champions. Or at least breakfast of people who gave up on breakfast months ago. You find the familiar little brown packet labeled Instant Coffee Type Y. Inside is a powder so fine it defies physics, somehow managing to cling to your fingers, your spoon, and your soul. You pour it into your canteen cup and add water that's lukewarm at best. The powder floats for a while, then finally gives in, forming a cloudy, dark swirl that smells like burnt rubber and distant memories. It tastes awful, but it tastes like something. And in a war, where most food tastes like cardboard, seasoned with bureaucracy, something is a win. Next to the coffee packet in your ration is the true hero of the morning, the 4-pack of cigarettes. Camels, maybe. Lucky strikes, if the stars align. You tap one out, light it with a match from the accessory kit, and take that first inhale like it's a prayer. This was normal. In fact, it was encouraged. Cigarettes were standard issue, tucked into rations as reliably as chocolate or chewing gum. You couldn't get real bread but nicotine? No problem. Tobacco companies practically threw cartons at the military. Support the troops with emphysema, apparently. Historians still argue whether including cigarettes in rations was about morale addiction or just plain marketing. Some say it kept soldiers calm. Others argue it was about routine, something to hold on to in chaos. Either way, it worked. You've never seen a soldier give up their smokes. They'd trade a meal before they'd trade that last cigarette. You sip your coffee again, trying not to notice the gritty bits collecting at the bottom. A guy next to you is spooning some kind of cereal from his K-ration, powdered, of course. It turns into a gray mush with the texture of wet sawdust. He looks at it for a long time, then lights a cigarette instead. The real secret about breakfast in the field. No one cared anymore. You just wanted calories, warmth, and maybe the illusion that you were still human. There's no bacon and eggs out here unless you count the chopped ham and eggs tin, which you definitely don't. One taste, and you'd rather gnaw on your helmet. Some tried to hack the system. A hot rock under a mess tin. A heated rifle barrel used to warm soup. You even met a guy who claimed he could toast his cracker biscuits by laying them on a running Jeep engine. He called it field bakery. The result tasted like petrol and dreams, but you respected the effort. You remember a letter from a buddy stationed in England. He described being billeted near a small village where a local woman offered him tea and toast. Real toast. Not just warm bread. Toasted. He said it was like eating light itself. That story went around the whole platoon. Became legend. But back here it's just you, your cup, your cigarette, and your breakfast biscuit, which, to be honest, is also your lunch biscuit, and your emergency pillow if needed. There's a funny kind of silence at breakfast. Not like dinner, when people are too tired to talk. This silence is gentler, a little sacred. Just a dozen people sitting in the mud, breathing smoke-sipping sludge, and pretending it's a morning like any other. Sometimes someone breaks the spell with a joke. If this coffee gets any thicker, we'll have to file it as a building. Or I think this cigarette is actually a stick someone rolled in chalk. You all chuckle. Quietly. No one has the energy for more. The gum helps. After coffee and smoked chewing gum is like a weak apology to your mouth. The mint clears the taste of everything else, if only for a moment. Some soldiers even save the gum for dental hygiene, or to patch holes in tents, or just to chew something that didn't come from a can. But even amid all this bland beige sameness, you can't ignore the tiny sparks of humanity. A guy offers you an extra sugar packet for your coffee. Someone passes around a rare chocolate square. Another guy shares his last match so you can light your smoke. These moments mean more than any full breakfast ever could. Somewhere in another unit, they're probably boiling rice. Maybe there's a field kitchen heating actual eggs. Maybe someone's mom sent a fruitcake that miraculously survived the journey. You imagine it warm toast butter jam. The idea alone is enough to make your stomach twist in confusion and longing. One day, when the war is over, you swear you'll wake up to fresh coffee, made in a glass pot, not a rusted tin cup. You'll sit at a table with a chair, not a helmet turned upside down. And you'll never ever eat another hardtack biscuit again. Until then, there's this: instant coffee, a cigarette, a moment of calm. You stub out your smoke on a rock. The guy next to you offers a second one. You wave it off. 2 in one morning feels indulgent. Or maybe you're saving it for later, for when breakfast disappears and the day gets hard again. You wash out your cup with a splash of canteen water. The grit sticks around like a reminder. You tuck the empty packet back into your pouch. Waste, not want not. Or more accurately, waste everything, but still carry it. The sun is crawling up, now lazy and weak. It paints the world in dull gold, bouncing off helmets and mess tins, turning smoke into little silver ribbons. You stand. Shake out your legs. Sling your gear over your shoulder. It's time to move again. But for 5 short minutes, you had warmth in your hands and smoke in your lungs. And weirdly, that was enough. You're halfway through the day. Boots caked in mud socks, questionable, and morale sitting somewhere just above your ankles. But there's one thing keeping you going. One small, dense rectangle buried in your ration pack like a treasure. You reach for it. Unwrap the waxy paper. Behold the deration chocolate bar. Don't get excited. You bite into it, and your teeth stop halfway and confused. It's hard like chisel through concrete hard. You brace your jaw, try again, and manage to shear off a corner. It sits on your tongue like a reluctant guest. No melting. No sweetness, just brown. This isn't your average chocolate. It was never meant to be. The D-ration bar was designed to survive the apocalypse. High calorie, heat resistant, unmeltable, also apparently unchewable. Soldiers called it Hitler's secret weapon, or a candy bar made of old boots. It was created by the U.S. Army in partnership with the Hershey Company. Yes, that Hershey's. But don't let the name fool you. This bar has almost nothing in common with the milk chocolate that fills your Halloween bucket. The Army's request was simple. Make a bar that won't melt, weighs 4 ounces, and provides energy without encouraging recreational snacking. Translation: make it so bad no one will eat it unless they're literally starving. And oh boy, did they succeed. Historians still argue whether the D-ration bar was a brilliant nutritional invention or a cruel experiment in psychological endurance. It did its job packing 600 calories into one palm-sized brick, but at what cost flavor was sacrificed? Texture, too. And hope. Definitely hope. You suck on the chunk in your mouth like it's a lozenge. Eventually it softens. A little. The taste is cocoa adjacent. If someone whispered chocolate in another room while you ate sand, it might feel like this. There's a second type of chocolate bar too, the tropical bar made later in the war, slightly better designed for hotter climates like the Pacific Theater. But even then, better is relative. Soldiers joked you could roof a house with the stuff. It was edible roofing material, or at least it looked edible. You glance over and see another soldier trying to break his D-bar into smaller pieces using a bayonet. He's not even being dramatic. That's genuinely the most efficient method. Some tried melting it in water to make chocolate soup. Others grated it into their coffee. A guy you know once buried his in the dirt, hoping it would naturally soften. It didn't. It came back harder. One quirky soldier in your unit actually likes it. He savors the bar, slowly nodding to himself, like a sommelier. Notes of rust. Bit of old tire, but a good finish. No one trusts him anymore. Of course, there was a reward chocolate, the ration type C3 bar, closer to modern chocolate. Sweeter, meltier, rarer, reserved for higher morale rations or Christmas boxes. You had one once. It almost made you cry. Still, even the dreaded D ration had its uses. One soldier reportedly used it to plug a hole in his tent. Another wedged it under a wobbly table. You could use it as a weapon in a pinch. One swing, and the enemy would surrender out of confusion. Then there's the Logan bar, another attempt at portable sweetness, packed with oat sugar and fruit. It had better texture, but less fame. Probably because it didn't double as a blunt force object. By now, your mouth is dry. You chase the chocolate chunk with water, but it only coats your throat in a thin, chalky film. Somehow, this is still preferable to the meat from 2 days ago. You wonder briefly how civilians imagined your meals. Probably hot food, fresh bread, hearty stews, maybe even pie. You'd give your rifle for a slice of pie right now. Instead, you're gnawing your way through a military candy bar that tastes like compromise, and yet there's a strange comfort in it. This little brick in your hand, issued to millions of other soldiers, each of you facing the same grim snack. It's a shared experience, however dry and flavorless. One of the newer recruits is chewing his bar slowly, face twisted like he's solving a math problem with his mouth. "You think this is real chocolate?" he asks. Someone else shrugs. "Might be. Or it's a reconstituted tire. Hard to say." There's a pause. Then someone else pipes up. "Well, either way, it's got more flavor than the coffee." Everyone laughs. It's a short, dry chuckle, but it's real. Moments like that, they matter more than the chocolate ever could. Later, someone starts a game. Who can take the smallest possible bite of the D-bar without hurting themselves? It becomes a competition. Bets are placed. One guy wins by just licking the corner like an ice cube. He's declared king of cocoa and given an honorary stick of gum. Some guys keep the bar as a backup emergency ration. Others toss it at rats to scare them off. You've heard stories of soldiers carving little sculptures out of it, tiny tanks, dogs, even miniature helmets. Wartime chocolate art. Very exclusive. And of course, some just bury theirs, hoping future archaeologists will discover it and declare it a weaponized snack from a long-lost civilization. You wrap what's left of yours back in the waxy paper and tuck it away. It'll be there later. It'll always be there. Probably still intact 50 years from now. There's something timeless about it, really. The D-ration bar, unchanging, uneaten, and unbelievably persistent. You brush the crumbs off your lap, what few crumbs could be made from a bar that refuses to crumble. The moment passes. The sweetness sort of lingers. And somewhere inside, you actually feel a little better. Chocolate, even in its worst form, still feels like a treat. Sort of. Afternoon creeps in with that familiar combo of aching knees, musty socks, and the slow gnawing hunger that comes not from appetite, but from emotional depletion. You reach into your rucksack, rummaging past spent tins and the dusty corner where hope used to live. You pull out a package that once optimistically claimed to contain bread. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not bread. It is not fluffy. It is not warm. It is not in any real culinary sense alive. This is army bread, a rectangle of dense, dry, chalk-colored carbohydrate compression, created somewhere in a military lab by people who had clearly never tasted actual dough. You knock it gently against your helmet. The sound is unmistakable, hollow, like an echo in a tomb. Someone nearby holds up his own ration biscuit and says, Think I can use this to fix the truck suspension? You all laugh, but no one doubts it. This bread comes in different forms, depending on the country. The American version might be a dense wheat biscuit. The British issued hardtack unchanged since the 1700s, apparently. The Germans had Zwieback twice-baked bread rations that could survive a nuclear winter. No matter the name, the experience is the same dry tooth, endangering and stubbornly indigestible. You try to bite off a piece. It resists. You chew. It resists harder. You eventually soak it in water, or maybe coffee, or even soup, until it surrenders into something vaguely edible. Still tasteless, but at least no longer a dental hazard. Historians still argue whether this style of bread was a stroke of logistical genius or an act of culinary war crime. Sure, it could last for months. But so could rocks. Soldiers developed coping mechanisms. You learn that if you break the bread into small chunks and smear it with cheese spread or jelly, it becomes more palatable. Slightly. One daring soul in your squad tries to toast it on his entrenching tool. The result is blackened, but smells oddly nostalgic like burnt toast at home after someone forgot the timer. Sometimes you'd luck out and get the Field Bakery special, actual baked bread, courtesy of mobile oven units in the rear. These rare loaves were dense, uneven, and always slightly burned on the bottom. But the smell. Oh, the smell. Yeasty, warm, familiar. It made even grown men misty-eyed. You could tell if a shipment had come in by the way everyone's head turned noses twitching like bloodhounds. But mostly, you were stuck with the shelf-stable variety. Your taste buds adapted, or gave up. A few jokers in your squad called it Crumb Marpole 5, like it was part of a secret military recipe only issued under extreme duress. And then came the experiments. One guy tried crumbling his ration bread into hot cocoa to make a paste. It was bad. Another crushed it into powder and mixed it with jelly packets to make jam bars. Worse. Someone else used it to clean his rifle bore. Effective, not edible afterward. The worst part, when the bread went stale. Yes, it could go stale. Somehow. From hard to harder. You'd tap a piece on your mess tin and feel the vibrations in your fillings. It became a new game. Is this bread? Or is it camouflage for a rock? Sometimes the rations would include tiny crackers instead, saltines vaguely butter-flavored squares, or even little water biscuits. These were marginally better, especially if they hadn't been squashed flat by the weight of your gear. If they had been squashed, well, congratulations, you now had flour dust. The French, of course, had their own take. Their pain de guerre war bread was slightly better thin loaves packed with barley rye or chestnut flour. You once traded 2 chocolate bars and a pack of smokes for a single French baguette. Was it dry? Yes. Did it change your life? Also, yes. One soldier you met claimed he had a dream where he bit into a soft buttered roll that actually bent in the middle when folded. He woke up chewing on his knuckle, crying. Another story floated around about a baker in an Italian town who refused to charge Allied troops for bread. He handed out slices until the flour ran out, saying, "If you're going to die in my town, at least be full." Legend maybe, but it's the kind of story that keeps people moving. You think about your favorite bread from back home. Maybe it was sourdough, or pumpernickel, or just the soft white loaf your mom used to cut into sandwiches, each slice a little sponge of comfort. Now you look down at the chalky slab in your hand and sigh. You break off a corner. Dip it in a smear of peanut butter from your K-ration. Chew slowly. It's not good, but it's something. A bridge to normalcy, however dry and crumbling. Someone tosses a ration biscuit into the fire for fun. It doesn't burn. It just blackens and smokes like it's made of fossilized regret. And yet, no matter how awful it is, you eat it because you're hungry, because it fills the space, because your body doesn't care about softness or yeast, it cares about fuel. Even if that fuel could double as body armor, you polish off the last bite, gulping it down with water. There's a small satisfaction in having finished it. You feel like you've completed a challenge, defeated the bread boss. You brush crumbs, large, jagged geological crumbs, off your uniform. Someone nearby is stacking their leftover biscuits like bricks. If the Germans shell us, I'm hiding behind these, he says. You nod solemnly. It might actually work. And as the day drags on, you tuck another biscuit into your pack. Not because you're hungry now, but because you know hunger's coming. And tomorrow, or tonight, when the cold sets in and the wind picks up and your stomach starts shouting again, you'll reach for it. That awful, indestructible, inexplicably comforting ration bread, and you'll eat it. Because soldiers eat what survives. Evening settles like a damp blanket. You're hunched beneath a fraying tarp, boots off, but still cold, and stomach growling like a caged animal that's just remembered it exists. It's time for dinner, or as it's known here on the front lines, the daily gamble. You dig into your gear and produce a dented can labeled meat spiced and gravy. It winks at you with the quiet menace of a veteran prankster. You pop it open with your trusty can opener, and the smell hits you for salt meat, maybe something pepper adjacent. It looks like meat sort of suspended in a gelatinous ooze that probably had a name at one point. You stir it. The gravy jiggles ominously. Congratulations. You've met one of the stars of World War II cuisine spam, or something very close to it. Spam, short for spiced ham, wasn't invented for the war, but it might as well have been. The U.S. military embraced it like an overzealous relative, shipping more than 150 million pounds to soldiers' allies and probably anyone within striking distance of a mess kit. It was cheap easy to transport and almost eerily indestructible. You could eat it cold hot, sliced cubed, or just stared at until it surrendered. You spear a cube with your spoon and take a bite. It's salty, slick, slightly rubbery. The texture of school cafeteria mystery meat with the soul of shelf life. It's not terrible, but it's not right either. Someone next to you dumps their can into a mess tin and starts frying it over a low flame. The smell improves instantly. Everything tastes better when you add a little soot, he says cheerfully. You agree. Fried spam might be the high point of tonight's meal. Then there's the vegetables if you're lucky. Sometimes a tin of carrots and peas appears in your ration pack. They're soft. Too soft. Like they gave up halfway through being food. One guy swears he saw a pea dissolve on contact with air. Your dinner drink. A powdered beverage packet labeled lemonade type. Not lemonade. Just lemonade adjacent. You mix it with water and stir until it becomes a cloudy yellow pool of sweetness and chemical sting. You drink it anyway. It's cold. That's something. Historians still argue whether meals like these were dietary marvels or biochemical mistakes. On paper, they had the calories, the protein, the vitamins. In your mouth, though, it's more like eating a government spreadsheet. Occasionally, you stumble across a tin labeled chopped beef and potatoes. You brace yourself. Inside is a mash of meat and starchy chunks swimming in a brownish sauce that congeals on contact with air. It looks worse than it tastes. which is saying something. And every once in a while, you hit the jackpot baked beans with tomato sauce. Sweet, tangy, actually edible. You mix them with whatever meat you've got and pretend you're at a cookout. Someone hums a tune. It's almost nice. There are rules unspoken, but sacred. If someone gets baked beans, they share. If someone finds fruit cocktail, it's communal. If someone gets 2 chocolate squares, they're either the luckiest soldier alive or a suspected thief. Then come the horror tins, the ones no one wants. Beef and kidneys known as death in a can. Liver loaf with the texture of wet clay and the taste of metal-flavored despair. Pickled cabbage which no one even opens anymore. One soldier claims it's a morale killer, and the brass should classify it as psychological warfare. Still, even the worst of these gets eaten, because you don't waste food out here. And because hunger is an incredible seasoning. You remember a guy from your old unit who used to carry Tabasco sauce in his sock. Just a tiny bottle. He'd add it to everything: Spam beans, even instant potatoes. That little splash of heat made all the difference. When he got wounded and medevaced out, he left the bottle behind like a legacy. You still use it. Sparingly. Reverently. Someone sitting nearby with a can of deviled ham, mixing it with cracker crumbs to make meat mash. You try a bite. It's aggressively salty, but not the worst thing today. You nod approvingly. He bows. Gourmet, he says. You've heard stories of field improvisations. Soldiers making stew out of 4 different ration tins. Others wrapping Spam in biscuit dough and roasting it over a fire. Spam Wellington, they called it. One guy swore he once made a pie with reconstituted eggs, a crushed cracker crust, and canned peaches. They named it Victory Pie. No one could finish it. Dinner in the field is less about nutrition and more about survival, and sometimes just distraction. If you're chewing, you're not worrying. If you're mixing jelly with crackers to make dessert nachos, you're not thinking about tomorrow's orders. You've even met a few soldiers who liked the food. One guy said Spam reminded him of home. Another swore by the corned beef hash. You suspect those men have broken taste buds, but you respect them nonetheless. Sometimes you'll get a Red Cross package with real food inside. Cheese, crackers, cocoa powder, candy. You hoard those like treasure. Hide them in your socks. Ration them out piece by piece. They're edible morale. But mostly, dinner looks like this: a cold can, a bent spoon, maybe some crumbs, maybe some laughter. If you're lucky, something warm. If you're really lucky, something that doesn't immediately trigger your gag reflex. You finish your meal. Wipe your mouth with your sleeve. Crush the tin under your boot, flattening it with a satisfying crunch. Another can down. Another night survived. You glance around the circle, soldiers chewing, in silence, faces half lit by fire eyes watching the shadows. No one talks about the food, but everyone eats, because everyone's hungry. And in war, you don't wait for flavor. You eat what you're given and hope it sticks. Tomorrow might bring another can, another flavor, or the exact same one for the 5th day in a row. But tonight, you're fed, and for now, that's enough. Night falls faster in the Arctic. One moment, you're squinting at the endless white horizon, and the next, you're swallowed in a darkness so thick it feels like it's weighing down your helmet. The cold isn't just a backdrop, it's a character. Loud, pushy, unrelenting. And in this frozen hell, the biggest mystery is how soldiers manage to eat anything at all. Welcome to the forgotten fronts, where the food is frozen, your fingers barely work, and dinner comes wrapped in more layers than you do. You're stationed somewhere, up in Alaska or northern Scandinavia, or worse, stuck on a supply route between nowhere and nothing. It's cold enough to crack your canteen. The wind slices through your gloves. You unzip your pack and reach for food. It's frozen solid. Everything is. Even the meat rations, which were never meant to be popsicles. You try to warm your can over a tiny stove fueled by solid fuel tabs. They sputter, hiss, and finally catch, offering a palm-sized ring of heat that makes you feel like you've just discovered fire for the first time. You place the tin over the flame and wait. And wait. It starts to thaw. Barely. You rotate it. The metal hisses. You crack the lid open and are greeted by partially defrosted meat stew. Congratulations, soldier. It's dinner for one glacial edition. In Arctic and subarctic operations, rations had to do more than survive transport. They had to fight the cold. The body burns thousands more calories just staying warm. Soldiers needed fat carbs and plenty of hot drinks just to keep functioning. But the logistics, a nightmare. You take a bite of the stew, it's, well, let's say, chewy. Half of it's still icy, and the other half is hotter than the sun. Classic. The gravy is a weird texture syrupy, like someone tried to make a sauce using engine coolant. You chew carefully, because breaking a tooth out here would be the end of your war. Historians still argue whether Arctic ration kits were a triumph of adaptation or just organized chaos. There were attempts at special cold weather packs, extra chocolate, more meat high-fat cookies. But none of it worked perfectly, because nothing works perfectly at 30 degrees C. One Canadian soldier once joked that he stopped chewing his biscuits and just sucked on them until they turned to mush. Like a baby bird, he said. A very sad, cold baby bird. You get creative. You learn to stuff a can of beans inside your parka for half an hour so it warms up using body heat. It works. Kind of. You also learn not to trust that chocolate bar in your pocket. It can turn into a granite slab overnight. You once saw a guy hammer a tent peg with his D-ration bar. It worked. There's an open fire burning now, and someone's holding a metal pot over it with trembling hands. Inside is reconstituted potato flakes and maybe a chunk of sausage. They're calling it snow chowder. You accept a spoonful. It's warm, salty, actually edible. You compliment the chef who raises an eyebrow. I use snow instead of water. Extra minerals. The drinks help. Coffee, tea, even bouillon cubes dropped into hot water. The salt keeps you going. The heat keeps you human. You sip yours slowly, watching steam curl into the night like a ghost with nowhere better to be. There are fringe stories, some true, some probably not. One soldier claims he saw a man fry bacon on the hood of a tank engine. Another says he once ate soup out of his helmet still on his head. Yet another swears by snow stew, just snow-condensed milk, and beef jerky stirred together in a tin. Not bad, he says, if you're blind and cold enough. Russians had their own methods during the brutal winters on the Eastern Front. They often relied on black bread, salted pork, and garlic, simple, sturdy, and sometimes frozen solid. They'd sleep with loaves of bread in their coats just to keep them from becoming clubs. The Germans tried to issue heated food cans, which didn't always work. One soldier said his stew exploded after too much time, over a flame covering his uniform in what he later described as meaty shrapnel. He wore the stain like a badge. The Japanese, too, faced extreme conditions in places like Manchuria. Their rice balls froze. Their fish dried out. They started eating whatever was available, frozen roots, animal fat, even bark. Not in desperation, but in determination. Survival by any means. You look down at your own meal. What's left of it anyway? You scrape the last bits of gravy and meat from the can. You close your eyes as you eat, not out of reverence, but because the wind keeps throwing snow in your face. You think of food at home. Soup. Real soup. Chicken noodle in a big ceramic bowl, steam fogging up the windows. Crackers on the side. You remember the sound of a spoon tapping against the bowl, the way butter melts into warm bread. You sigh. Someone offers you a square of butterfat chocolate, high-calorie dense, designed for extreme cold. You pop it into your mouth. It tastes like grease and desperation, but it melts. That's a win. You huddle with your squad now, backs to the wind, sharing heat-trading stories. Ration scraps, maybe a smuggled candy bar from a Red Cross parcel. The camaraderie is thicker than the soup. It's the only thing that warms you faster than fire. Tomorrow will bring more cold, more frozen cans, more inventive cooking. You're already planning to try heating your stew inside a wool sock wrapped around a candle. Desperate times, desperate techniques. But for tonight, you've eaten. Your belly is warm, well warmer. Your fingers are thawing, and you've outwitted the cold for one more meal. That's how you win the Arctic. One hot spoonful at a time. Now you're somewhere else. Entirely gone is the frozen stillness of the Arctic. Instead, the air is thick wet and humming with insect wings. Welcome to the jungle. It's hot. It's loud. And every square inch of your skin is sticking to something. You reach for your ration pack fingers already slick and pray that whatever's inside hasn't melted into goo or sprouted a new life form. Welcome to tropical warfare, where the enemy isn't just hiding in the foliage, it's also in your rations. You crack open a sea ration tin that was packed 6 months ago in a warehouse 8,000 miles away. The label's faded, but you can still read the dread meat and vegetable hash. Great. Jungle meat hash. You pry the lid off and are greeted by a squishy blob that smells faintly of wet dog and despair. The heat hasn't done it any favors. Spoilage was a real issue in the tropics. The humidity invaded everything. Tins, rusted crackers went soft, and chocolate turned into oily paste. Mold became a familiar face, the kind of guy who shows up uninvited and never leaves. You've opened rations before and found tiny green fuzz colonies growing inside. It's like botany class, but weaponized. You stir the contents of your tin. It doesn't stir back, which is a good sign. You scoop out a bite and blow on it mostly out of habit. It's already room temperature, and that room is a sauna. It's edible, barely. But the texture is alarming. Half meat, half oatmeal, and somehow both wet and dry. You swallow. You survive. Historians still argue whether the rations sent to the Pacific were adapted well enough for tropical conditions. Officially, yes. Extra salt, different packaging, moisture-resistant biscuits. But talk to anyone who ate them, and you'll hear stories about crackers that crumbled into damp dust, or tins that hissed when opened like they were exhaling their disappointment. And then there's the smell. Not just the food, but everything. Your uniform, your gear, your body. It all smells like mildew sweat and military-issue hopelessness. Trying to enjoy a meal in this environment is like trying to read a book during a monsoon. One guy in your squad found a tin of ham and eggs that had liquefied. He opened it, took one look, and buried it. Said it deserved a proper funeral. Even rice, a usually reliable staple, couldn't escape the jungle curse. Moisture got in the packaging, and before long, you were eating a crunchy paste that tasted like wet cardboard. One enterprising soldier tried drying his rice by spreading it on a tarp in the sun. It worked, until a passing monkey made off with half of it. The jungle also played havoc with canned fruit. Peaches, once the holy grail of rations, now turned to mush before you could even stab your spoon in. The syrup would ferment slightly in the heat, giving you what soldiers affectionately called combat wine. Not strong enough to get you drunk, but definitely strong enough to make you question your life choices. One soldier in your platoon got clever. He started making jungle pudding crushed biscuits, cocoa powder, condensed milk, and a prayer. Mixed into a paste, it almost resembled dessert. It looked terrible. Tasted passable. Got the job done. Better than cake, he claimed. He was lying. But you appreciated the effort. Then came the wildlife. You open your biscuit pack one day and find ants already inside. How the pack was sealed, triple wrapped. But the jungle laughs at packaging. Another time, a spider the size of your palm climbed out of a jelly tin. You let it have the jelly. And don't even get started on rats. Jungle rats are bold. They'll take your crackers and leave the wrapper. One night, you wake up and find one dragging away a whole tin of meat hash. You consider letting him keep it. There's also the heat fatigue. You don't feel like eating, but you have to. Your body's burning calories just trying to sweat. So you force down the food. You chew like a machine. Not for pleasure, just process. One guy pours his meat stew over rehydrated mashed potatoes, calls it tropical shepherd's pie. Another layers Spam and peaches in a biscuit shell and bakes it on a hot rock. Sweet and savory, he claims. You nod. You try it. You cry. Despite all this, you do find small moments of culinary comfort. A Red Cross parcel with real coffee. A contraband tin of condensed milk. A piece of hard candy that hasn't melted into goo. You cling to these like medals. You once got a package from Home Cookies, homemade, meant to be chewy, now flattened, congealed, and tasting faintly of jungle mold. Still, you cried when you ate them. Sometimes, local civilians would help. A Filipino woman handed you a bowl of fresh rice and vegetables once. It was simple, warm, and clean. You almost proposed. Another time, a kid sold you a bunch of bananas. You ate the whole thing in 2 minutes, then felt sick from the sudden vitamin infusion. Totally worth it. The jungle makes you appreciate simplicity. Not gourmet meals. Just food that hasn't fermented in your pack. Food that doesn't move. Food that doesn't hiss. After dinner, you sit back against a tree that may or may not be full of termites. You sip tepid tea from a battered cup and try not to think about the taste. Instead, you think about the people back home eating spaghetti roast beef, fresh salad. It feels like a different world, a different species. You look down at your spoon, still glistening with gravy variant goo. You wipe it off with a leaf. That's the closest thing to hygiene you're going to get today, and you survive. Not because the food is good, not because it fills you up, but because it's there. Because in a place where everything is trying to kill you, mosquitoes, heat, enemy fire, a full stomach is still a kind of armor. Tomorrow, there'll be more sweat, more swatting, more squishy, confused meals. But tonight, you've eaten. You're upright. And your meat hash didn't melt through the tin. That's as close to winning as you get out here. So picture this. You're crouched in the ruins of a barn, night creeping over the hills, and everyone's finished choking down their last sad tin of meat and whatever. You're still hungry. Not just peckish, actually hungry. Your stomach's doing cartwheels. Someone mutters, "If I see another tin of beans, I'll scream." Then a guy in your squad opens his pack, grins, and pulls out a surprise, a hunk of cheese wrapped in wax paper. Fresh cheese, not processed, not shelf-stable. You stare like he just produced gold. He leans and whispers black market and winks. Welcome to the quiet, whispered underworld of wartime dining, the black market banquet. You see, official rations could only take you so far. At some point, desperation and resourcefulness teamed up. Soldiers, especially those stationed in or near civilian populations, learned the art of trading, barter, smuggling, outright buying things under the table. Whatever it took to eat real food, even just once in a while. It started simple, a tin of jam swapped for a loaf of local bread, a chocolate bar in exchange for a boiled egg. But before long, there were full-blown networks. Soldiers trading cigarettes for wine, soap for sausages, ration coffee for freshly made soup. The black market wasn't a dark alley. It was often just outside the wire, or even hiding within it. You once met a guy who claimed he bought an entire chicken off a farmer in France for 3 tins of Spam and a comb. He roasted it over a fire with some onions he'd picked off a windowsill. Best meal I've ever had, he said. Tasted like being alive. Historians still argue whether this underground economy helped or hurt the war effort. On the one hand, it boosted morale and helped local communities. On the other, it messed with supply chains and discipline. But let's be honest, no one turned down a fresh baguette, even if it was unofficial. And it wasn't always a cash economy. No one had francs or lira or zloty that actually worked. But everyone had American cigarettes, and they quickly became the de facto currency. A pack of Luckies could get you eggs. 2 packs, maybe meat. A whole carton, that's roast duck, and a bottle of local wine if you played your cards right. Of course, there were risks. Command frowned heavily on black market deals. It was fraternization, or theft, or diversion of military goods. There were stories of MPs confiscating entire black market stashes, ham's wheels of cheese, crusty loaves, and rows of bottled beer, all tucked into bunkers like contraband treasure. You remember hearing about a guy who got busted with a salami stuffed in his ammo pouch. The sergeant pulled it out, stared, and said, "At least tell me it's spicy." It wasn't. Still worth it. Sometimes the bartering happened with civilians. Other times it was inter-army. Brits trading tea for American peanut butter. Americans swapping chewing gum for French wine. Even Axis prisoners, when detained, would sometimes offer food in exchange for favors or small comforts. There's a myth half true about a trench cookout where a group of U.S. soldiers pooled their black market finds, some real cheese bread from a French baker, a bottle of red wine, even garlic. They made a kind of ratatouille in a helmet. It was greasy, messy, and perfect. One guy carved a fork from scrap wood just for the occasion. You once got your hands on a fresh apple, traded from a local teenager who wanted your wristwatch. You gave him a broken compass instead. He didn't mind. You bit into that apple like it was a treasure. Juice ran down your chin. It tasted like autumn, like Sunday, like before all of this. There were even little feasts arranged in secret. Someone would find a farmer willing to cook. Someone else would trade for ingredients. You'd show up at a crumbling cottage or down a village alley, sit on milk crates, and eat warm food made by hands that remembered how to season. It felt surreal, like you'd stepped out of war and into someone's memory. One night, you tasted soup so good you forgot where you were. Carrots, meat, fresh herbs, a crust of bread for dipping. For 10 glorious minutes, you were just a person eating dinner. Not a soldier, not a statistic. Of course, it could go the other way too. You heard of scams. A guy paid 5 cigarettes for a wheel of cheese, only to find it was soap with rind painted on. Another traded a chocolate bar for a steak, which turned out to be mystery meat carved from some unfortunate roadkill. Still, he cooked it and ate it. Hunger doesn't negotiate. Not every black market find was gourmet. Sometimes it was booze, usually rough, occasionally dangerous. Soldiers would down whatever local firewater was being brewed in sheds: potato vodka, rice wine, something made from fermented fruit that tasted like sadness and acid. There were hangovers, there were regrets, but there was also laughter. That counts for a lot. Eventually, you learn how to spot the traitors. The guy with extra socks for sale. The cook with a little something extra in his mess pot if you know the right password. The soldier who always seems to have a bottle tucked into his boot. And you learn how to trade too. Not just items, but stories, smiles, respect. You'd give your last ration chocolate to a starving kid and receive a string of garlic in return. Not because it's a fair deal, but because humans in all this mess are still trying to be human. You finish your illicit chunk of cheese washing it down with lemonade from a tin can. The cheese is crumbly, rich, slightly funky. You savor every bite. It might not last. You might get caught. But in this moment, you've beaten the ration system. Tomorrow, it's back to Spam, to meat hash, to powder and paste and mystery cans. But tonight, you wait like a king in exile. You lean back, watching the stars peeking through the ruined ceiling. You feel full not just in your stomach, but somewhere deeper, where comfort lives, where the taste of something real lingers, like a kiss you didn't expect. The war is still here, but so is flavor. And for now, that's enough. It's another scorched afternoon in the field, and your stomach is already growling louder than the engine of the half-track you rode in on. You check your pack, 1 dented tin of beans, half a melted chocolate bar. And what's this? A lone sausage vacuum sealed and suspiciously shiny. And then you remember something a guy told you last week. You can cook with a flamethrower. At first you thought he was joking, but no, he wasn't. Welcome to the fine art of creative cooking with a flamethrower, where desperation meets battlefield innovation and no one's worried about FDA approval. You hold up the sausage squinting at it. It's technically edible as is, but warm. That would be luxurious. Problem is, there's no firewood, no stove. And someone's using the last of the heat tabs to make instant coffee. So you improvise. Flamethrowers, officially the M22 model in most U.S. units, weren't designed for culinary use. They were designed for clearing bunkers' trenches. And in a very unfortunate side note, cooking anything alive within a 30-foot range. But that's also what makes them excellent for flash frying, if you have steady hands and a complete disregard for military safety guidelines. You position the sausage at the end of a mess fork, lean slightly away from your buddy's weapon, and mutter, "Quick burst." "Yeah." He nods. He knows the drill. Whoosh. A jet of fire erupts, lighting up the space like the 4th of July. The sausage sizzles. It smokes. It curls a bit at the edges. It's beautiful. You wave the smoke away. Take a cautious sniff. Smells like actual food. Fire-cooked meat. A reminder that flavor is a real thing, not just a memory. You take a bite. Crispy on the outside, still weirdly gelatinous inside, but undeniably better than cold. Historians still argue whether these battlefield cooking hacks were widespread, or just wartime urban legends. Some claim it was common in Italy and the Pacific, where boredom and lack of proper equipment sparked culinary creativity. Others insist it was just a few hungry maniacs with poor judgment and good timing. Either way, you're now one of them. Your squad catches on fast. Someone starts frying a slice of corned beef on a shovel over engine heat. Another's heating beans inside his helmet using a candle stub. One guy takes it too far and tries to toast a cracker over his lighter. It catches fire. He eats it anyway. Extra crispy, he says. You even hear rumors about a guy in another unit who used grenade shrapnel to open cans. Not pull the pin and boom, but he'd hold the can just close enough for a controlled fragment burst. It worked. Once. There's something bonding about these cooking efforts, like a team-building exercise in a disaster zone. You all sit in a circle now, mess tins on knees, tweaking improvised recipes. One guy adds powdered lemonade to his beans for sweet and sour stew. It's terrible. He finishes it anyway. Another sprinkles instant coffee grounds over his meatloaf tin. Like pepper, he says. It's not. But again, he finishes it. These field kitchen hacks became legends, not because they were tasty, but because they were yours. Out here, food isn't just survival. It's rebellion. Against blandness. Against monotony. Against the idea that you don't deserve anything better. You try wrapping a biscuit in tin foil and setting it on a hot Jeep hood. 10 minutes later, it's warm. Slightly soggy. But for a glorious second, it almost resembles toast. You once saw a soldier use the heat from a burning ammo crate to boil water for tea. Probably not the safest plan, but no one stopped him. He passed around cups like he was hosting high tea in a trench. Everyone drank, grimaced, and thanked him anyway. In North Africa, the British were famous for their desert tea parties, boiling water on engine blocks, sipping from dented mugs, eating Spam sandwiches under the blazing sun. It was absurd. It was glorious. And in the Pacific, GIs figured out how to use jungle bamboo as a cooking vessel. They'd stuff rice and meat inside and roast it over an open flame. The bamboo steamed the contents gently. The result? A smoky, oddly elegant jungle meal that tasted better than anything from a tin. You even heard of a guy who carved a spoon out of a bone. He said it made the food taste better. It didn't. But it made him feel better, which was more important. One guy in your unit has a small tin of curry powder sent from home. He sprinkles it on everything, even crackers. You'd think it wouldn't help. It does. Somehow, a pinch of spice turns a gray lump of meat, hash into something almost exciting. He guards that tin like treasure. Even powdered eggs can be redeemed. Mix them with cracker crumbs. Fry the mixture on the back of your entrenching tool, and you get something like an omelet. Add jelly. You've made the world's saddest crepe. Still you eat it, proudly. And there's laughter. Always laughter. Someone burns their beans and pretends they're Cajun. Someone else declares they're opening a 5-star restaurant after the war called Trench Cuisine. The tagline, everything comes with gravy or regret. Even the officers get in on it. You catch a lieutenant spooning beans onto a slice of fried meat, folding it over like a taco, and declaring, "Gentlemen, this is wartime fusion." You salute. He salutes back with his spoon. These aren't just meals. They're micro-revolutions. Proof that even in mud misery and madness, you still have a say in what goes in your mouth, even if it's just how you scorch it. You finish your flamethrower roasted sausage and suck the grease off your fingers. Someone hands you a crust of biscuit. You dip it in the leftover juice and chew slowly like you're tasting victory. And maybe you are, because you turned the tools of war into tools of comfort. You fed yourself on your terms. And in a world where everything is issued, rationed, and decided for you, that kind of choice tastes better than anything from a can. You're crouched under canvas as rain taps gently on your helmet. And for once, you're not worried about the sound of shells or machine guns. You're thinking about lunch. Specifically, the weird, futuristic, kind of suspicious meal the quartermaster just handed you, a beige vacuum-sealed packet labeled Experimental Ration Prototype B. Welcome to the wild world of stomach versus science, where military minds tried to outwit hunger with compressed spaghetti cubes, dehydrated meals, and the kinds of culinary experiments that make you wonder, should food actually glow in the dark like this? You tear open the package and stare at what appears to be a cube of pasta. It's smaller than a matchbox. The instructions claim it will expand in boiling water to become a complete Italian-style entree. Right, because nothing says authentic like spaghetti. You rehydrate in a helmet. You drop the cube into water and wait. It slowly dissolves into something that vaguely resembles noodles. Kind of. The sauce forms too, somehow like tomato soup that missed its calling. You give it a stir. It smells, okay, a little metallic, but promising. You take a bite. It's soft. The texture is weird, like pasta that's been through a storm, but it tastes like something you remember. Tomato, a hint of basil, a flash of childhood. You smile. You immediately regret smiling. You bite into something crunchy. It might have been a dried mushroom or a bone fragment. Historians still argue. By mid-war, military scientists were scrambling to make food lighter, longer lasting, and easier to ship. Dehydration was all the rage. You've eaten dried soup powder meat bars and even something called vitaminized spread, which sounds like something you'd use to clean a weapon. There's the legendary compressed cereal cube, roughly the size of a domino and with the same flavor. You soak it in water, and it becomes something resembling oatmeal. Kind of. It's warm, at least. Soldiers often crushed it into their coffee just to get it down faster. And don't forget, nutrient tablets, vitamin C, iron, even protein pills. The idea was that soldiers could supplement rations with a couple of swallowable discs and be ready to storm a beach. You once ate a handful of them for breakfast and didn't feel hungry for hours. Also, didn't feel right for days. One particularly ambitious kit included meat extract paste, like bouillon, but darker and labeled with vague warnings like use sparingly. You once spread some on hardtack. It turned the cracker brown and gave it a tangy taste that made your teeth tingle. Still not bad. Then came the vitamin soup, a thick brown broth packed with so many minerals that it tasted like licking a rusty kettlebell. Soldiers drank it anyway. It was warm. It didn't bite back. And for once, you felt almost healthy. You remember someone once handed out apple chips, dried slices of fruit that had the texture of cardboard and the flavor of old air. But hey, they didn't rot. They didn't melt. They were edible-ish. The British had their own take. One unit tested compressed meat, putting a savory brick of beef and oats that could be boiled or fried. You once tried some from a guy in the Royal Engineers. It was chewy, meaty, and surprisingly filling. He called it war haggis. You didn't ask questions. Somewhere, someone was always inventing something worse. You've heard tales of powdered eggs that turned green pâté, that hissed when opened, and mystery rations marked only with numbers. One guy said he opened a tin labeled Meal Unit 12, took a bite, and instantly forgot his name. There were even experiments with self-heating cans. You'd pull a tab, some chemical reaction would start, and a few minutes later, your stew was piping hot. When it worked, it was incredible. When it didn't, it was a small explosion. One guy melted a hole in his sock trying to cook one under his blanket. Worth it, he claimed. Despite all this, the military's obsession with science meals wasn't just about convenience. It was about control. Measured calories, planned nutrition, shelf life. One Army report stated proudly, "A soldier's body is a machine, and machines run on precision fuel." But you're not a machine. You're tired. You're human. And you want food that feels like food. You finish the spaghetti cube experiment. It's weird, but you're full. A guy across from you opens his own experimental ration, a fruit bar made of mashed banana and apricot dried into a chewy strip. He offers you a bite. It tastes like someone tried to turn baby food into leather. You smile anyway. Then there's the meat sticks precursors to modern protein bars. Dried beef fat spices all compressed into a dense log that you bite into like a wild animal. You once saw someone sharpen one into a point and use it to spear a cracker. Resourceful. The worst of all, the infamous cheese loaf. A yellow cube of processed dairy, vacuum-sealed in sadness. The texture of a candle. The flavor of melted glue. You only eat it when you're desperate or when you lose a bet. And yet here you are, eating it. Because hunger wins. Every time. Someone nearby is trying to rehydrate powdered onions in a mess tin. It smells awful, but it smells. Anything aromatic is a win out here. You look down at your tray, spaghetti sludge, hardtack, and a lukewarm drink made from powdered fruit. It's not elegant, it's not delicious, but it's fuel. And weirdly, it's yours. You imagine some lab tech back in New Jersey, standing proudly over a bubbling vat of vitamin gloop, thinking, this'll help win the war. And in some small way, they were right. Because even when the meals made you gag, they kept you going. And when you're out here dirty and tired and sore, and you tear open a pouch labeled nutritive meal, packed number 17, and eat something that looks like a sponge, but keeps you upright for 6 more hours, well, that's a kind of genius too. The morning arrives slow and hazy. You stretch, yawn, and reach for your gear, expecting the usual rations, maybe a cigarette, some powdered coffee that's never seen an actual bean. But today's different. Someone calls your name. You turn, and there it is, a package from home. Wrapped in brown paper corners, worn from the journey, your name still legible through the smudges and weather stains. You hold it like it might break, even though you know it's tougher than that. It made it here after all. You sit down gently, fingers trembling, not from cold or fear, but from the sheer emotion of this unexpected miracle. You peel back the string, unfold the paper, and there it is, real food, smuggled love from across the ocean. Cookies, actual cookies. Flattened, slightly stale, but unmistakably homemade. You smell cinnamon, maybe peanut butter. You could cry. A tiny tin of fudge follows sticky rich, still holding the shape of the foil it traveled in. Then there's a little jar of jam. Strawberry. Or raspberry. You don't even care. It smells like summer. Like breakfast tables and sunlight through the curtains. A note tucked inside reads, "Don't eat it all at once. Love, Mom." Too late. These packages sent from family friends, neighbors, even church groups back home were lifelines in cardboard. Food that wasn't military issued. Food that remembered your name. You've seen grown men weep over a slice of fruitcake, not because it was good, because someone cared enough to send it. You look around, knowing the ritual. Everyone shares always. You break the cookies in half, pass around the fudge. One guy takes a bite and stares into the middle distance like he's astral projecting. Tastes like a kitchen, he says. Someone else opens their own parcel beef jerky homemade. Spicy, smoky, chewy. They offer it like treasure. And it is. Another pulls out a tin of powdered cocoa, a little stained but intact. He mixes it with warm water, takes a sip, and sighs. Heaven. These little care packages were unofficial morale boosters. Sent through Red Cross channels, local support groups, or just smuggled via sympathetic post officers. You once met a guy who received a loaf of banana bread, vacuum sealed in wax paper. It was heavy, moist, and half fermented by the time it got to him. He ate the whole thing and swore it saved his soul. Historians still argue whether these parcels were essential or just emotional candy. But anyone who's ever opened one knows the truth, they mattered more than medals. Because they reminded you that the world wasn't all tin cans and powder and spam-shaped despair. You once received a tiny block of cheddar wrapped in cloth and wax. By the time it got to you, it was oily and half melted, but it tasted like a farmhouse, like actual cheese. You shared it on a cold night, slicing it thin, savoring every salty crumb. It was the best cheese you'd ever had. Some guys got chocolate truffles clearly melted and reformed in the shape of their packaging. Others found jars of pickles or tins of sardines from home. One guy even got a canned meat pie baked by his aunt, vacuum sealed in what we assume was witchcraft. He heated it on an engine block. It was glorious. And then there were the little smuggled luxuries, bottles of Tabasco, packets of hot cocoa, a single cinnamon stick. One soldier you knew received a Ziploc bag of trail mix assembled by his sister. He divided the peanuts and raisins evenly for a week, rationing joy like it was ammo. Another guy got a bag of marshmallows and immediately set them on fire with a lighter to make s'mores with ration crackers and melted chocolate. They were a mess. They were perfect. Sometimes the love went beyond food. A handwritten recipe. A napkin with a lipstick kiss. A photo of a pie cooling on a windowsill. None of it edible, but every piece fed something you didn't know was starving. And the best part, the smell. When you opened the box, it didn't smell like gun oil, or wet canvas, or mildew. It smelled like home, like flour and sugar and warm hands. You once read a letter from a mom who packed a whole Thanksgiving meal, turkey jerky, mashed potato flakes, cranberry jelly in a jar, and a note that said, "Pretend." You did, and it worked. These packages were your secret rations, your stash, your escape. You'd hide bits away in your socks, your shirt pocket, your helmet. A cookie here, a hard candy there. You once saved a caramel for 8 days, then ate it during a midnight watch. Best night of your life. And when someone didn't get a package you shared, no one gets left out. That's the rule. Even the crustiest guy in the squad once handed over a whole piece of cake because he knew what it meant. Tonight you eat slower. Chew with intention. Sip warm cocoa like it's from a fine china cup. You lean back full not just of food, but of memory, of someone remembering you, of someone keeping the oven warm just in case you walk through the door. The jungle's still out there. The mud, the fear, the sameness of it all. But inside your mess tin is fudge. And in your pocket, one last cookie you're saving for later. Because tomorrow might bring rations. But tonight you're home. You blink awake to shouting. The light's all wrong, filtered through barbed wire and too bright flood lamps. Your stomach growls, not with the lazy hunger of boredom, but with the sharp bite of emptiness. You're not in a trench anymore. You're not with your unit. You're behind a fence now, a prisoner of war, and the rules of eating just changed completely. You look down at your plate, or rather your bowl. Enamel chipped, dented, coated in yesterday's remnants. Inside is a ladle's worth of soup, if you can call it that. Water, tinted with something greenish, maybe cabbage, maybe wishful thinking. A few strands of turnip, a whisper of salt. You stare at it like it owes you money. This is prison camp cuisine, a whole new level of culinary purgatory. Calories become currency. Bread is rationed, stolen, traded. A spoonful of jam is a miracle. An actual meat. That's just a story you tell each other when morale's low. You sip the broth slowly. It's warm at least. Not much else. You chew a bit of something fibrous. It might be vegetable. Or a bootlace. You try not to ask too many questions. The Red Cross tries. Their parcels are your lifeline biscuits, margarine powdered milk, chocolate, sometimes even canned meat. When they arrive, it's like Christmas payday, and a state dinner all rolled into one. When they don't, well, you learn how to be creative. Historians still argue whether conditions in POW camps were dictated by Geneva Conventions, or just whatever the guards could be bothered to scrape together. Some camps tried to follow the rules. Others barely fed prisoners enough to stand. You once got a Red Cross box with cheese spread and a tin of bully beef. You nearly cried. You made it last a week eating crumbs, saving shavings of cheese in a tin lid, licking the edge when you were alone. In some camps, prisoners pooled their rations and built a mess hall economy. One guy had a knack for cooking with nothing. He could make stew out of dry biscuits, powdered milk, and a single onion. Another guy saved tea leaves in a pouch and reused them 5 times. They called him Earl Grey. There were celebration meals on certain days, makeshift feasts made from stolen or saved bits. One guy's birthday, someone mixed jam with crushed crackers and shaped it into a cake. It was a masterpiece. You shared it with 20 men, each bite a tiny rebellion against the bland tyranny of prison soup. You hear about prisoners in Japanese camps where rice gruel was the only thing on offer. Sometimes a handful of pickled radish, sometimes nothing at all. Malnutrition hit fast. Bodies shrank. Minds wandered. The line between food and fuel disappeared. Still, you adapt. You learn tricks. You learn that if you toast stale bread over a fire, it tastes different. If you stir margarine into dry crackers, it feels like a sandwich. If you pretend that powdered cocoa is a mocha, it almost is. You once melted a bit of chocolate in your hand and mixed it with crumbs to make a paste. A mock truffle. It didn't taste good, but it felt good. Someone trades you a spoonful of jam for half your biscuit. A fair deal, a better deal than most. You take the jam and spread it carefully, reverently. Every bite matters here. There are stories, always stories, of men boiling grass for soup, of men trading buttons for coffee, of smuggling in a potato and treating it like a god. One guy had a tin of sardines he never opened, just held on to it as a promise. The Germans sometimes let prisoners keep small gardens. You grew onions, once watched them sprout like hope in a patch of dirt the guards ignored. You chopped one up and added it to soup. It was like flavor had come back from the dead. Then came the rat recipes. Not jokes, real recipes. Rat stew. Rat kebab. Rat with mustard if someone had a leftover packet from a Red Cross parcel. Meat was meat. Hunger doesn't judge, and no one forgets the bread drama. Always the bread. Issued daily sometimes with weevils, sometimes not. You learned how to slice it into 5 thin pieces to make it last. You once saw a guy trade a week's ration of bread for a pair of dry socks. "I'll chew my boot," he said, "but my toes need saving." One prisoner in your bunk saved his margarine every day for a month, then cooked crackers in it on a piece of metal he called the skillet. The result was terrible and legendary. You keep hearing about that one guy who had a recipe for rice pudding if somehow you got powdered milk rice sugar and cinnamon all at the same time. It never happened. But the idea of it was enough to get you through some rough nights. You sit with your bowl of broth. Around you, no one's talking. They're chewing. Quiet. Focused. Every bite is survival. Every crumb is currency. One guy licks his spoon 3 times after it's empty. Another is saving half his bread for morning. He calls it breakfast. You call it impressive self-control. You scrape your bowl. You close your eyes. You imagine roast chicken, mashed potatoes, apple pie. You can smell it, even if it's just in your mind. You open your eyes again. Still soup, still prison, still hunger. But there's also companionship. You share your last candy with the guy who traded you jam. He nods, doesn't smile. But that nod, it means everything. Because here food isn't just about taste. It's about memory, about dignity, about being human in a place that keeps trying to make you forget. You tuck your biscuit into your shirt. You'll eat it later. Maybe tonight, maybe not. Saving it feels powerful. Feels like choice. And even behind this fence, even under guard, even in a world where dinner is a watery broth and bread is more valuable than gold, you still have choices. And that makes all the difference. The days stretch into weeks, and the weeks into something you stop bothering to count. War doesn't run on calendars. It runs on tension, fatigue, and hunger. Always hunger. But not all days are equal. Some are feasts bursting with flavor and strange joy. Others, famine, where you chew leaves just to keep your jaw busy. You've lived both, probably in the same week. Let's start with the good victory meals. They usually happen just after something big, taking a town, securing a hill, surviving a hellish week without losing half your platoon. Word spreads quickly. Hot food's coming. We're getting real eggs. They're baking a cake. You don't believe any of it. Until the trucks roll in. Until the field kitchen starts hissing with steam. Until the smell of roasted meat or boiling potatoes hits your nose and your knees actually buckle a little. You line up mess tin in hand heart pounding, not from adrenaline, but from anticipation. One time, you got roast beef and gravy mashed potatoes with lumps that proved they were real. A wedge of bread so soft you poked it twice to make sure it wasn't foam. Then came the fruit cocktail, actual pieces of peach, cherry, pineapple. You wept. Not a lot. Just a little. Behind your helmet. Historians still argue whether these victory meals were planned or just lucky timing. Some say they were used to boost morale strategically. Others think they were improvised by quartermasters with too much leftover corned beef. Either way, you never questioned it. You just ate. And then there were holidays. Even in war, Christmas still showed up. Sometimes in the form of a tin-marked holiday meal special ration. Inside might be turkey loaf, cranberry jelly, maybe even stuffing mix. Rehydrated, reheated, and wildly nostalgic. One guy in your squad carved a mini Christmas tree from scrap wood and stuck it in a biscuit. He sprinkled it with sugar from a ration packet and lit it with a match. Everyone sat around eating their powdered mashed potatoes in silence, pretending they were home. But the high points made the lows even harder. Because when supplies didn't arrive, when the trucks couldn't make it, or the field kitchen got shelled, you went into famine mode. Suddenly, your meals were just absence, cold crackers, a couple spoonfuls of rice, half a chocolate bar shared between 4 people. The body adjusts slowly. The mind doesn't. You once boiled a sock, not to eat, but to use the water it soaked in to flavor your rice. You told yourself it was like broth. It wasn't, but it made the rice easier to swallow. One guy insisted he could survive a whole week on tea and hardtack alone. He did, but he hasn't blinked normally since. You'd chew tree bark, literally, just for texture. You knew a guy who roasted beetles. Crunchy, he said. More protein than a D-bar. He wasn't wrong. Sometimes you went days without real food. Just water and willpower. You'd dream about pancakes. Wake up tasting syrup that wasn't there. Someone once hallucinated a steak dinner and started chewing on his glove. Nobody laughed. And then came the boiled sock stew. You were in Italy behind enemy lines, and rations had stopped coming. You had a tin of Spam, a couple of biscuits, and someone's clean wool sock. You filled a mess tin with water, tossed everything in, stirred it over a small fire, and called it supper. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. But it was warm. There were also barter meals. Someone gave up their last cigarette for a single egg. You traded a pocket knife for a slice of bread. One guy offered to carry another's gear for a day in exchange for a square of chocolate. That's how hunger rewrites the rules. Then came the shell shock meals, when your body was too exhausted to eat, even when food showed up. You'd stare at the beans, the bread, the coffee. You'd lift the spoon and forget why. Your stomach had stopped asking, but you forced yourself, because you remembered what happened when you didn't. One guy just stopped eating, said he was tired of chewing. 3 days later, he collapsed. They revived him with a sip of condensed milk and a slap. You learned to hoard? You'd hide bits of food in your socks, in your helmet lining, under your mat, a sugar cube, a cracker, just in case tomorrow disappeared again. And sometimes, after weeks of boiled rice and hope someone would pull a miracle, you remember it clearly, a bottle of wine traded from a French farmer, a pot of stew made with wild mushrooms, a stolen onion, and half a sausage. You all sat in a ruined barn, passing the wine around like royalty. Someone played a harmonica. Someone else laughed so hard he dropped his bread into the mud. He picked it up and ate it anyway, because that's what you do. You survive the famine. You savor the feast. You once wrote in your journal before the pages got too soaked and stained. It's not about being full. It's about remembering what full feels like. And that's the trick, isn't it? In a war where every bullet is a warning and every footstep could be the last, a bite of real food is proof that life is still worth fighting for. So you keep eating. When there's food, you eat. When there's none, you wait. When there's too little, you share. Because someday soon, you'll be back in a warm kitchen with light and bread and laughter. And until then, you eat whatever you can find. Even if it's boiled socks, the war ends not with a bang, but with silence. The kind of silence that feels loud. You're standing in a half-collapsed building rifle, slung low-pack lighter than you remember. Somewhere a bugle's playing. Somewhere people are crying. But you're staring at a tin of corned beef, wondering why it still makes you flinch. Because the war might be over, but the food trauma definitely isn't. Your body has survived. Your gear is intact. But your relationship with meat in cans, broken forever. You open the tin anyway, reflex. You've done it thousands of times. The key rolls back the lid with that familiar quirk, exposing the pinkish meat inside flecked with fat and defeat. It smells exactly how you remember, like salt and war. And just like that, your stomach turns. There's a strange phenomenon soldiers talk about: food aversion by association. When your worst memories are tied to specific tastes, smells, textures. Spam isn't just spam anymore. It's late nights and trench mud and broken radios. D-ration chocolate tastes like freezing nights on watch. Instant coffee reminds you of waking up knowing 3 men didn't make it back. Historians still argue whether this phenomenon should be considered a form of PTSD. Some psychologists say food trauma is real. Your brain links survival instinct with food cues. Others claim it's just memory fatigue. Either way, you're never eating ham and lima beans again. Not even at gunpoint. You once tried to explain this to someone back home. They made you a nice meatloaf, all shiny and proud, and you nearly vomited on the table. It's just beef, they said. But it's not. It's years of eating from a dented tin while people screamed in the background. You're not alone. You meet other vets who can't touch powdered eggs. One guy refuses anything with gelatin. Another can't even look at tea without shaking. Someone else has recurring dreams where he's drowning in tomato sauce. Not blood, just sauce. There's a guy in your barracks now, war's over, but he still eats with his body curled like he's under fire. One arm over his bowl. Spoon held low, like he's protecting it. He doesn't even know he's doing it. You catch yourself doing it too. Some soldiers swing the other way. They develop fixations. They eat the same thing every day because it reminds them of consistency. One guy drinks Army-issue coffee in his civilian kitchen, even though he has fresh beans in the cupboard. It tastes like hell, he admits. But I understand it. You once met a guy who carried a D-ration bar in his glove compartment, not to eat, just to remember, like a terrible talisman. Then there's the social meals. The first barbecue you get invited to after discharge, you're excited. And then the grill smoke hits your nose, and suddenly you're back on a ridge in France cooking rations over burning wood. You stare at the hamburger in your hand and can't take a bite. Someone laughs and says, "What, don't like beef?" You laugh too. But your hands are shaking, and it's not just the meat, it's the sounds. The clink of a spoon on metal, the pop of a tin opening, the slurp of stew. They haunt you. Not dramatically, just constantly. You walk past a grocery store aisle stacked with canned goods, and your brain flashes powdered soup, mystery meat, moldy biscuits. You leave without buying anything. You sit in a restaurant one day, and the waiter brings you a slice of pâté on toast. It's too smooth, too pink. You push it away. He looks offended. You don't explain. How could you? There's healing, of course, eventually. You learn new meals. You find peace in hot toast and soft butter. You develop strange cravings: fresh fruit, cold milk, warm pie. Things that were impossible during the war. You eat them slowly, reverently, like they might disappear again. You meet a girl who bakes cookies from scratch. She doesn't know what field safe means. She has a flour bin, a working oven, vanilla extract. You nearly cry watching her stir. You start to trust food again, just a little. But some scars stay. You keep a can of beans in your cupboard, not because you like them, but because it feels wrong not to. You always check your bread for mold, even when it's fresh. You still finish every bite on your plate, even when you're full. Waste is impossible. Guilt is baked in. And holidays, a minefield. Turkey brings back army turkey loaf. Cranberry sauce reminds you of that weird purple gelatin from a Christmas ration tin. You smile through dinner. You always do. But later that night, you dream of powdered mashed potatoes and a guy named Doyle who didn't make it past Anzio. Sometimes the people around you don't understand. And that's okay. They weren't there. They didn't eat what you ate, didn't sleep with tins under their head, didn't heat soup with a candle, didn't eat chocolate that crumbled like drywall, didn't learn how to make a spoon out of a bullet casing. You did. You survived. On salt and starch and whatever hope came in the mail. And maybe you can't eat corned beef ever again. Maybe you can't smell stew without twitching. Maybe Spam will always make you wince. But someday, you'll sit at a table again, with friends, with warmth, with real butter and fresh bread. And you'll take a bite of something soft, something warm, something made with care, not chemistry. And for the first time in a long time, you won't feel afraid of the food in front of you. You'll just eat. And that will be enough. You're sitting alone now, mess kit in your lap spoon, balanced across the rim like a truce flag. The war is over, the uniform's threadbare, and your boots are more whole than leather. But here, in the quiet, the smells, textures, and tastes of war still linger. Not just in your memory, but in your mouth. You stare at an old ration tin long since emptied and cleaned, now used to hold small screws or paper clips or just nostalgia. It's the last thing you kept. Not a medal, not a patch, just a tin. Because for better or worse, the food stuck with you, literally, emotionally, spiritually. Tonight you remember it all. You remember the first tin you opened, the way it hissed as the lid peeled back, and the mystery meat inside glistened in a way meat never should. You remember the bread so hard you had to soak it in coffee, the chocolate bar that tasted like bark, the instant coffee that made your lips go numb. You remember the nights when food was warm and shared and sacred, when someone handed you a piece of peanut brittle from their hometown, and for 3 minutes you remembered who you were. And you remember the lows, the hunger, the days when all you had was crackers and powdered lemonade, when you licked the inside of a jelly packet just to feel sweetness again. Historians still argue what World War II tasted like. They write about logistics and calories, vitamin deficiencies, and powdered innovation. But you know the truth. It tasted like survival, like salt and sugar and hope and grit. It tasted like a meat hash that reminded you of home and hell in the same bite. It tasted like a melted chocolate bar in your sock during a jungle patrol. It tasted like someone thought enough to send cookies across an ocean. You keep that tin because it reminds you of all of it. The shared laughs over a meat surprise tin, the desperate trades, the burnt stew made in a helmet, the man who saved his last sugar cube to sweeten a friend's tea. You remember the men who made jokes about stew that was clearly soup, the ones who swore their K-ration peanut butter tasted just like home, the ones who bartered, bargained, scavenged, and always shared, even when there was barely anything to share. You reflect on how food became a language, a currency, a comfort, a lie, a promise, sometimes all at once. And then you remember something beautiful. In all those terrible meals, those barely meals, there was still humanity, still ceremony, still choice. A smuggled biscuit split 5 ways, a chocolate square melted over a flame, a cup of tea brewed from reused leaves steeped in dignity. That was the true ration, not the meat, not the bread, not the powdered fruit drink. The true ration was what you gave each other. Taste, trauma, and tin. That's what you remember. You set the old ration tin back on the shelf. You turn off the light, and you sleep full. Now, the lights are low, and the fire real, or imagined, is down to soft embers. You've wandered across decades, tasted the unimaginable, chewed through the absurd, and survived the meals of a generation that fought through the worst and made peace with a spoon. The soldiers of World War II didn't eat for pleasure. They ate for survival. But somehow, amid the powder and the tins, the bartering and the brewing, something more emerged. A moment of humanity, of connection, of memory. Close your eyes now. Picture the tin opening with that rusty twist. Hear the clink of a spoon against metal. Smell the faint scent of something salty, something simple, something warm. Maybe you're sitting on a hill, or in a trench, or on a wooden crate with the moon just beginning to rise. You're not alone. There's someone next to you sharing half a cracker. Someone laughing over coffee that tastes like diesel. Someone stirring stew in an old mess pot and calling it a family recipe. And for a moment, time slows. Hunger fades, and the war, at least in that bite, is held at bay. You've come a long way tonight. From the tin can breakfasts of Normandy to the rice gruel of the Pacific. From jungle stews to bartered cheese. From chocolate bars that broke your teeth to sausages roasted over flamethrowers. And now it's time to rest. Let your breath slow. Let your limbs soften. Let your thoughts grow quiet. Because even in the darkest nights, even in the harshest places, there was always one more bite. One more spoonful. One more moment of warmth. Sleep well, soldier. You've eaten. You've remembered. And now, you can dream. What it was like to fight in the Battle of Normandy. We drift into something that smells like saltwater gunpowder and exactly zero comfort. You wake up in a rocking metal box. The landing craft grumbles beneath your boots, echoing with the churn of engines and muttered prayers. Rain pelts your helmet like an impatient tap dancer. Around you, other soldiers sit in silence, gripping their gear eyes, darting toward the ramp that hasn't dropped yet. It's June 6th, 1944, and whether you like it or not, you're going to the beach. Just not the relaxing kind. You probably won't survive this. The sea is green-gray and absolutely furious. Your stomach isn't thrilled either, sloshing with army rations and the regret of whatever that weird meat was last night. Someone behind you retches. Lovely. The officer yells over the roar of the surf and motors, but you catch about 40% of it. Probably something about courage. Or not dying. You can't tell. What you do know is the landing craft's ramp is about to go down. And everything, every awkward training session, every stale cracker from a ration box has led to this absurd moment. Your rifle is slippery with seawater. Your socks are wet. And you're pretty sure there's a hole in your boot. And then the ramp slams open. Bullets stitch the water ahead, like angry fish zipping sideways. The guy next to you jumps in, disappears under a wave. You follow. The water punches the wind out of you. Cold, heavy, full of floating helmets and the metallic scent of fear. You fight to stay upright, push toward the beach, tripping over iron hedgehogs. The Czech hedgehog tank traps look a bit like giant caltrops from some medieval fever dream. Historians still argue whether these obstacles were more useful for stopping tanks or for tripping up terrified infantrymen. You're not voting. You're too busy not drowning. Sand mixes with smoke. Shouts come from everywhere and nowhere. Someone screams for a medic. Someone else yells in German. You hit the shore hard, crawling on your elbows. Every movement grinds sand into your skin like nature's worst exfoliant. There's chaos, but weirdly, your brain is sorting it like folders on a desktop. To your left, a guy tossing grenades into a bunker. To your right, a broken crate of radios. Ahead, a thin line of barbed wire, and just beyond it, the base of a bluff. Somewhere up there, a machine gun is having the time of its life. And through all this, you notice something utterly ridiculous. A seagull. Just one, perched on the twisted remains of a scorched tree trunk, calmly preening. A cosmic joke in feathered form. Your squad leader points toward a gap in the wire. You move barely, legs shaking. Your fingers are numb, maybe from cold, maybe fear, maybe both. It doesn't matter. You just move. Over the wire, up the embankment behind a sandbag wall, someone else was unlucky enough to die near. Suddenly, you're crouched with a group of 5, maybe 6 guys. One's reloading his rifle like his hands don't belong to him. Another keeps whispering something under his breath. Maybe a prayer, maybe a grocery list. Hard to tell. Mainstream history calls this Omaha Beach. You're not thinking about names. You're thinking about your foot, which now has a pebble in it that may or may not be more annoying than the sniper 100 meters away. But still, you inch forward, past the burned-out husk of a Higgins boat, past a kid no older than you curled under a poncho not moving. You pretend you didn't see him. Nearby, someone is using a Bangalore torpedo to blast through wire. There's a small explosion, a shower of sand and seaweed. It smells like ozone and overcooked fish. Your unit pushes forward inch by inch. You pass the body of a German soldier. He has a photograph sticking out of his shirt pocket. You look away, then look back. It's a dog. A dachshund wearing a tiny soldier's hat. You blink. For a moment, the world feels unreal, like a comic book panel, sketched by someone having a particularly weird dream. There's a lull, brief, but golden. You hunker in a shallow crater, with a corporal from Kansas. He hands you a piece of chewing gum. It's warm, slightly minty, possibly ancient. You chew it anyway. Historians still argue whether German defenses here were too effective, or if the Allied planning simply underestimated the resolve of coastal garrisons. All you know is this is not what the pamphlet said it would be. Another explosion, another push forward. You don't know how far you've come. Your legs feel like soup. Your back is raw from crawling. Your helmet now holds an assortment of shell fragments, pebbles, and one heroic crab, who is either dead or deeply unimpressed. A medic rushes past, yelling for morphine. You spot a church steeple in the distance, tilted slightly, like it's had a bit too much wine. Your squad regroups in a shallow hollow behind a ridge. The sea is still roaring behind you. A guy named Russo, who everyone calls Salami, is sketching something on a map with a broken pencil. You're not sure if it's tactical data or a poorly drawn sandwich. And suddenly, you realize you've survived the first few hours. Barely. You lie back against a rock, breathing smoke and salt and disbelief. The Normandy landings are officially underway, and you're just a tired, aching piece of the vast grinding machine. But for now, you're still here. The seagull's still there too. Because of course it is. You wake up face down in the sand. Not sleeping, not really. Just not moving for a while. Your ribs hurt, like someone took a baseball bat to your chest, which honestly might be preferable to what actually happened. Some German mortar fire gave the beach a quick love tap while you were mid-crawl. You're not bleeding though, just rattled. You pat yourself down, which is probably the most awkward self-hug ever performed, then rise to your knees. Around you, the beach is somehow even more cluttered than before. Debris everywhere, twisted metal, broken helmets, splintered planks, and something that may have once been a lunchbox. You have a moment to wonder why anyone brought a lunchbox to a war. Then a bullet zings past your ear, and you stop wondering. You and the others are moving again across the open beachhead, headed for the dunes and beyond. There's less resistance now, but that doesn't mean it's quiet. In the distance, a half-sunk landing craft smolders, listing like a drunk at closing time. The waves lap up against its side with infuriating calm. You pass a dead tank, still gently steaming. Its side is marked with chalky letters, something about being the belle of Brooklyn. She didn't make it far. You're not entirely sure how you're moving forward. It's part muscle memory, part peer pressure, part the terrifying look in your lieutenant's eyes. You're walking now, knees bent, trying to look small, while carrying 60 pounds of gear and an existential crisis. As you make it up the slope, the landscape shifts. No more wide open sand. Now it's muddy, inclines, shell-pocked roads, and the occasional tragic shrub. You duck behind one out of breath, only to discover it's less a bush and more a charred skeleton of a bush. Still, it feels like cover, so you stay. They're shouting ahead. Orders. Your sergeant waves you on. You regroup behind a steel hedgehog joined by 3 other soldiers who all look like they aged 10 years in the last 10 minutes. You probably do too. One guy, Garcia, keeps blinking like he's trying to reboot his brain. You hand him a canteen. He doesn't drink it, just holds it. A burst of machine gun fire kicks up dirt near your boots, and suddenly everyone's moving again. You sprint well. You try to sprint across a stretch of broken terrain. It's a mess of sandbags, wreckage, and what might be parts of a destroyed Jeep. The air smells like hot metal and something tangy you can't quite place. Might be cordite. Might be terror. You flop down behind another set of tank traps. These ones are rusted barnacle covered and faintly smell of despair. Someone taps you on the shoulder. It's Russo Salami himself. You know we're getting paid for this, he says. You blink. He grins, like it's the best joke he's ever told. Maybe it is. Maybe it's the only joke left. Mainstream history books call these landing waves a triumph of planning and logistics. And sure, from 30,000 feet up, maybe it all looks seamless. But from where you're laying cheek, pressed to damp gravel, it's chaos. It's mud and steel, and the unsettling knowledge that your rifle jammed 30 seconds ago. Historians still argue whether the tide turning in favor of the Allies here was due to tactical brilliance or just sheer human stubbornness. You vote stubbornness. Tactical brilliance doesn't usually involve this many stubbed toes. Another squad passes you, moving fast-headed toward a German machine gun nest up the hill. You see them vanish into smoke. A minute later, they're shouting. Then silence. Eventually, you're waved up again. The next few minutes blur more. Running, more. Ducking, more. Creative, cursing, under your breath. You pass a corpse half buried in sand, with a playing card tucked into its belt. The ace of spades. You don't stop to wonder if he meant it as a symbol, or if he just really liked poker. Somehow, you end up helping haul an M1919 machine gun up a dune. It's heavy, ungrateful, hot to the touch. But you and 2 others wrestle it into place behind some rubble that might once have been a wall. The guy manning it, Peterson, you think looks barely 18. He nods at you, then opens fire. The gun chatters like a typewriter in a thunderstorm. You lie beside it, feeding the ammo belt, while trying not to think about your feet. They hurt. You're pretty sure both are blistered. One boot has a split sole. There's sand between your toes, under your toenails and your socks. You start to wonder if you'll ever feel clean again. And then just for a second, there's quiet. Not silence exactly, but a pause. Like the battlefield took a breath. In the distance, a flamethrower unit lights up a bunker. The sound is horrible, the smell worse. You turn your head and pretend not to notice. Someone hands you a piece of hard candy from a ration kit. It's lemon flavored. It tastes like glue and sadness, but you suck on it anyway. Nearby, a squad of engineers is clearing mines with long metal detectors and very little regard for your blood pressure. They move methodically, scraping, poking, waving. It's a thankless job, but oddly hypnotic to watch. You blink slowly, watching them sweep the ground as if it were just a really suspicious beach vacation. You overhear one guy muttering about the Geneva Conventions. Another says something about being back home by Christmas. Historians still argue whether such optimism kept morale high or merely set soldiers up for psychological whiplash later on. You just nod vaguely, like you're part of the conversation. But really, you're just glad to sit still. The last few men from your unit arrive. You're all here well, most of you. A medic counts heads, frowns slightly, then doesn't say anything. You appreciate that. The sky is starting to clear now. The smoke's thinning. The beach is still a mess, but you can see patches of blue above the wreckage. The gulls have returned. Naturally, a few hundred yards inland, you spot the first signs of farmland, an orchard maybe. Past that, the infamous hedgerows everyone's been dreading. But that's a problem for tomorrow. For now, your job is done. You survived the waves. You made it through the metal and the madness. You sit back, slowly, awkwardly, and for a second, you allow yourself a long breath. Just one. Just enough. A breeze picks up. It smells like gunpowder and sea salt, but also maybe something else. Maybe hope. And just then, Russo leans over and mutters, this was the easy part, right? Perfect. Just perfect. You trudge inland with your squad, every step squishing slightly from seawater, still sloshing inside your boots. The good news, you're not being shot at right now. The bad news, you're still soaked sand-coated and trying to carry 30 pounds of gear like it's a beach picnic basket. If this is liberation, France has a funny way of welcoming people. The path ahead is churned into brown soup by tank treads and boots. You think you see a road at first, but no, just more mud pretending to be something useful. The dunes are behind you now, and in their place stretch flat fields dotted with fences, collapsed farmhouses, and the occasional scared chicken who has no idea what century it's in. You pause beside a burned-out German truck. The metal is scorched, twisted, and oddly still warm. Someone left a pair of glasses on the passenger seat. Round lenses. No blood, no body. Just the glasses. Like the guy evaporated. You don't dwell on it. You can't. Not if you want to keep your stomach where it is. A flamethrower team walks by. They nod at you casually, like you're all just at a cookout. You nod back. Because what else do you do when someone walks past carrying hell in a metal backpack? You're given new orders, secure a farmhouse up ahead. It's maybe half a kilometer away, surrounded by trees and tall grass, and flanked by a stone wall that probably hasn't been fixed since Napoleon had a bad week. Your squad forms up. You're second from the rear, which would be comforting if you weren't the guy holding the radio now. Radios, as it turns out, make great targets. You advance in short bursts. The grass is thick, waist-high, and full of things that snap and crunch when you step on them. Not all of them are natural. One guy trips over something squishy. It's a long dead cow, bloated and absolutely fragrant. You all gag in sync, like a choir of regret. The farmhouse looms closer. You fan out, moving up with rifles raised. Nothing stirs at first. Then the shutters on an upper window rattle. A single shot cracks through the air, someone shooting at you from inside. You dive behind a low wall, smashing your elbow in the process. It hurts in a dull background noise kind of way. Your sergeant calls out positions, motions to flank. A couple of guys head left. You go right, circling around the barn, stepping over discarded tools and a surprisingly intact wheelbarrow. Someone tosses a grenade into the farmhouse. It goes off with a concussive whump. Glass shatters. Dust puffs out of the windows. Then silence. You breach the door. Inside, it's a mess: abandoned furniture, fallen rafters, and scorched wallpaper that once had cheerful flowers on it. Now it looks like a crime scene in a greenhouse. You clear each room, rifle first breath held. There's a dead German soldier in the corner, slumped against the stove. He has no helmet. Just a wide-eyed stare, and a can of sardines open on the floor beside him, half-eaten. Your stomach lurches again. Your unit confirms it's clear. You relax a little, which is dangerous, but your spine needs the mercy. Then comes the sand. It's everywhere. In your boots, in your pants, in crevices of your uniform that no one ever warned you about. You swear there's a small colony of French beach lodged somewhere behind your kneecap. You find a moment, just a moment, to sit. You lean against the farmhouse wall and try to breathe deeply without inhaling plaster dust. One of the other guys, Murray, breaks out a tin of Spam and offers you a bite. You decline. There are limits to camaraderie. Still, you laugh a little. Because everything is absurd. Because a few hours ago, you were on a boat thinking about your ex-girlfriend, and now you're here in a half-destroyed French kitchen, watching someone eat canned meat off a bayonet. Historians still argue whether these small strong points were actually part of a larger German defense strategy or just badly organized holdouts clinging to orders from people who didn't know what day it was. From your view on the floor, it doesn't matter. They're still shooting at you. Someone finds a crate of wine in the cellar. Actual drinkable wine. You all take tiny sips, not enough to get loopy, just enough to feel vaguely human. For a few minutes, it's like you've wandered into a different war entirely. A private named Lang starts talking about his dog, a beagle, named Sir Winston Barkhill. You're not sure if that's a joke or not, but it makes everyone smile. You share your own story, how you once thought you'd be a school teacher, until you realized kids are terrifying, and war might be slightly easier. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling the broken shutters. The clouds are thick again. Rain's coming. Because of course it is. You're told to move again. Can't stay here. The next objective is a communications outpost a few kilometers inland. But for now, you pack up your gear, shake out your socks, and stand. As you step out the door, something catches your eye. Carved into the stone of the farmhouse's doorway, just above your head, is a name. Emile, 1922. Probably the builder. Or a kid. Or someone who once lived here. It's faded, chipped, but still there. You touch it lightly, just once. Then you walk back into the mud. Because there's more Normandy ahead. And sand. Always more sand. You're officially inland now. Sort of. At least you're not stepping over tide pools and machine gun nests anymore. But don't get too comfortable, this next stretch might be even worse. The open fields have narrowed into tight, humid corridors of hedgerows. The infamous bocage. Sounds quaint, right? Like something you'd find on a cheese label. But no. This is where combat turns into hide and seek with automatic weapons. The bocage is made of tangled hedges, thick roots, stone walls, and ancient farmland geometry that no GPS could ever untangle. You're pretty sure these shrubs have lived longer than most countries. They're about 10 feet tall, nearly impenetrable, and fantastic at concealing anything from rabbits to tanks. Yes, actual tanks. Your squad is moving in a single-file line, now the pace glacial. Every step is deliberate quiet. You're listening for twigs snapping, or the soft clink of metal on stone, any hint of an ambush. You pass a twisted metal road sign half buried in weeds. It says St. Clair, but someone's shot a hole through the middle as if the village itself got voted off the map. Then there's the smell. A sour blend of mud gunpowder cow manure and something sweet and wrong you can't quite place. Spoiled fruit, maybe. You wrinkle your nose and keep walking. Behind one hedge, you hear a rustle. You freeze. Rifle up. So does everyone else. It's a cow. Just a very confused, very French cow, staring at you like you just walked into her home. She blinks chews slowly and lets out a lazy moo before turning around and wandering off. The tension deflates a little. Russo whispers, "Enemy spy," and you all laugh under your breath, too scared not to. Then, as you round a bend, something clicks. Literally. The ground under your buddy's boot shifts. He yells, jumps back. Too late. A small mine explodes, flinging dirt grass and pieces of someone's boot into the air. He goes down screaming. Chaos erupts. Everyone dives. You crawl to him, mud streaking your arms. The medic's already there, pulling out his kit, like he's done this 1,000 times. Maybe he has. Shrapnel caught the guy in the leg. Not fatal, but messy. As the medic works, he mutters about shoe polish and horse glue, which doesn't exactly boost confidence. You help hold the guy down as morphine goes in. Historians still argue whether the Germans' widespread use of improvised mines, everything from old artillery shells to kitchenware, was desperation or genius. You don't care. You just know this war now includes booby-trapped livestock trails. The squad regroups. Your sergeant pulls you aside and mutters about mine tape, thin white strips you're supposed to use to mark safe paths. The problem, you have none. Classic. You march on with a little more paranoia in your step. It starts to rain. Not hard, but steady. Everything becomes slippery and miserable. You cross a shallow creek, and your left boot stays behind for a second before squelching free, like it's changed its mind about war. As you press forward, the hedgerows tighten. The world feels narrower. Time stretches strangely. Could have been an hour. Could have been 3. At one point, you pass a ruined cart with a porcelain doll lying beside it, one glass eye missing. You don't like that doll. At the next fork in the trail, you stop. A map is consulted. It makes less sense than a cat piloting a submarine. You swear the sergeant just picked a direction based on moss growth and gut instinct. You follow anyway. And then shots. Not many. Just a few cracks from deeper in the hedge maze. You hit the ground belly flat in the muck, trying to breathe quietly through your nose. It smells like wet hay and mildew. Up ahead, 2 of your scouts spot movement German paratroopers. They're better camouflaged than you expected. One's crouched beside a log, another prone in a low ditch. These aren't the panicked stragglers you've heard stories about. These guys look calm, professional, and probably just as miserable as you. A firefight erupts sudden and loud, like the war hit unmute. You fire from behind a tree trunk, bark splintering around your shoulder. Leaves rain down like confetti at the worst party ever. Eventually, the Germans pull back. They don't seem interested in a full fight, just delaying you. Classic tactic. One of your guys, Connors, takes a grazing hit on the arm. You slap on a bandage. He insists it's just a scratch and starts reciting baseball stats to prove he's fine. You press forward, cautiously. The hedgerows seem to lean in closer now. One path leads to a field full of abandoned farming equipment, a rusted plow, an overturned tractor, and naturally a dead horse lying in the middle like some grotesque centerpiece. You push past it. No one speaks. You all pretend you didn't see it. By now, your uniform is a disaster. Mud-streaked, torn at the knee. One pocket's been ripped off, entirely no clue when. You find a leaf in your helmet. You put it back. He's your little friend now. Then comes the weird part. You reach a clearing, perfectly quiet. No bodies, no tracks. Just open space, ringed with those dense hedges. Dead center stands a statue of the Virgin Mary, tall, weather-stained, and serenely out of place. Her face is cracked, but her eyes are soft. You all pause. No one jokes. No one swears. Even Russo keeps quiet. It's like you've stepped into a painting one where time forgets to tick. After a long minute, you move on. Slowly, reverently. The statue stays behind untouched by the war, encroaching from all sides. Later around dusk, you set up a temporary rest spot near a collapsed barn. You dig foxholes, eat cold beans from a can, and whisper about how many more hedgerows might lie ahead. Too many, someone mutters. Probably right. Historians still debate how the Allies underestimated this terrain. Maps didn't show the hedgerows for what they really were, walls, really. Nature's bunkers. It would take weeks of grueling yard-by-yard combat to punch through. You've barely scratched the surface. And so that night, as you lie in a shallow pit with a damp poncho as your only blanket, you think about cows' statues and how incredibly bad you are at dodging booby traps. Then you drift off to the lullaby of rain and a very, very angry mosquito. You wake up to the smell of damp earth and something suspiciously like burnt toast, which would be delightful if you were anywhere but a war zone. You sit up in your foxhole and spot the source, a smoldering corner of the barn you slept near, now gently collapsing in on itself. The embers sizzle in the morning drizzle like bacon in a pan, minus the satisfaction of breakfast. No one really wakes up in Normandy. You just slowly realize you aren't dead yet. The corporal stumbles over, nudges you with his boot. Village up ahead. We're liberating it. His tone suggests this will be fun. It won't be. You eat half a chocolate bar for breakfast. It's from your K rations, and it's gone soft because you made the amateur mistake of keeping it in your chest pocket all night. Still, it's edible. Sort of. And you'd wrestle a raccoon for a second one. Then it's up and moving again. Your legs feel like they were replaced with tree stumps during the night, but you march anyway. Mud clings to your boots, like it's auditioning for a long-term relationship. As you approach the village, just a collection of stone houses and narrow lanes, you start to see signs of life. A bicycle leaning against a wall. A line of laundry flapping wildly in the wind. A wooden cart filled with turnips that no one has touched in days. Then movement. A figure darts behind a wall. Your sergeant signals to fan out. You move forward, rifles raised. The adrenaline hits sharp and sudden, like someone dumping ice down your back. You're clearing the streets, now one house at a time, boots clacking on cobblestones, slick with rain and old blood. Inside, one house, you find pastries, real ones, sitting on a dusty countertop. Croissants slightly stale, but clearly homemade. There's even a half-eaten apple tart with a single bite missing. The weirdest part, they're not moldy. Someone was just here. No Germans inside, though. Just overturned chairs, scattered photos, and a teddy bear lying on its side, one button eye hanging on for dear life. You scan the room, step out, and nod to the others clear. A few houses down, things get messier. A German soldier lies in the doorway, his rifle still slung over his shoulder. There's a hole through the wall and dried blood on the steps. Someone else already passed through here. Someone efficient. Then upstairs in one of the buildings, you find something truly surreal. A gramophone, still functional. You wind it up out of pure curiosity, and suddenly tinny French music fills the room. A woman's voice, soft and lilting, singing about lost love and springtime. It echoes through the ruined walls like a ghost trying to throw a dinner party. Your squad pauses, listens. No one says a word. It's absurd and beautiful, and frankly almost insulting that music could exist in a place like this. Historians still argue whether the Germans ever seriously intended to hold these small villages, or if they were simply delaying the inevitable. Either way, you now occupy it. The villagers begin emerging, timid, cautious. Old men in caps, women clutching children. A teenage girl with a face like she hasn't slept in a month. They stare at you like you might vanish. Then a small boy runs up and offers a potato. Just a single potato. You take it. Hold it like a rare artifact. The villagers cheer quietly. One woman hugs Russo. He looks like he might cry. Later, as dusk falls, you sit on a doorstep and watch the sky turn violet over the slate rooftops. One of the French women gives you a chipped mug of cider that might actually be paint thinner, but you drink it anyway. It burns, but it tastes like victory. You look down and realize your hand is shaking. Not from fear, from fatigue. Your body's running on fumes, adrenaline, and questionable meat. One of the guys Stafford plays with a cat he found. It's missing part of one ear and seems deeply unimpressed by war. It curls up beside him like this is any other Tuesday. Then you hear it off, in the distance, a single gunshot. Everyone freezes. Your heart leaps to your throat, rifle of breath caught in your lungs, but nothing follows. Just that one sound. You exhale, slowly. A little later, someone builds a small fire in the town square using broken chair legs and a dented bucket. You gather around quietly, like it's forbidden. Flames crackle softly, the smoke curling upward like a signal to the stars. A guy from another platoon strolls by with a cracked tooth and a lopsided grin. He offers you a slice of bread he swiped from a nearby pantry. It's stale and weirdly minty, but it's warm, and that's good enough. A corporal with a sketchbook shows you a drawing he made of the cat. It's surprisingly good. You tell him he missed the scar over its eye. He laughs. He's seen things, he says, as if describing both the cat and himself. Historians still puzzle over why some villages resisted the Germans until the bitter end, while others seemed to let them walk out overnight. Maybe it was local politics. Maybe just luck. Either way, this village belongs to you now. As night sets in, you find a corner to curl up in an old bakery with a smashed oven and a perfectly intact sack of flour. which you use as a pillow. Not ideal, but it smells kind of nice. Outside, the rain starts again, and you finally close your eyes for a moment until Russo wakes you up, whispering, "Hey, um, I think that cat stole my jerky." Of course it did. You wake up groggy, your head imprinted with the texture of a flour sack, and your breath tasting like burnt leather and regret. The bakery's stone floor is colder than you remember, and your back protests with every movement as if reminding you that your body was not designed to sleep next to a smashed oven. Outside, dawn crawls in slowly. The rain's eased into a drizzle, just enough to soak your shoulders without offering anything dramatic. The village feels changed. Liberated, yes, but not joyful. It's a kind of limbo, free, but bruised alive, but not quite sure what to do with itself now that the soldiers with the helmets and angry boots have moved on. You stretch painfully and glance around. Russo's already up nursing a black eye that wasn't there last night. Turns out the cat fought back. "It's fine," he mumbles. "He earned the jerky." Fair enough. Your squad gathers in what used to be the town square. There's no formal briefing, just a nod from the sergeant and a general movement toward the next road out of town. Before you leave, a little girl, maybe 6, runs up and shoves something into your hands. A letter, crumpled, clearly written by someone older. You look up, but she's already darted away, hiding behind her mother. You tuck the note into your breast pocket. You'll read it later. Probably. Maybe. The countryside opens up ahead, fields stretching into the mist, like an old watercolor painting. It'd be beautiful if it didn't reek of wet canvas and occasional gunfire. You march. And somewhere along the way, someone pulls out a bottle of wine. Where they got it is unclear. Possibly from the mayor's cellar. Possibly from beneath a floorboard. Possibly by accident. But there it is, deep red, dusty, uncorked, with a bayonet, and passed around like communion. You sip. It tastes like rust, and berries, and bad decisions. But it's real. It's something. And it gets better when you pair it with a pack of stale crackers someone swiped from an abandoned farmhouse kitchen. One of the crackers still has a smear of jam on it. You nearly weep. As the march continues, you overhear someone humming. Not a war tune. Something older. A lullaby, maybe. You're not even sure who it is, but it carries in the mist threading between footsteps and the faint jangle of gear. Eventually, you pause for rest near a hedgerow that smells aggressively of compost. You drop your pack, sit on your helmet, and start writing a letter home. You don't even know what to say. Dear Mom, Normandy smells weird. No, that's dumb. You try again, still alive. Found a cat, probably a communist. Better. You scribble in bursts, your handwriting lurching around every bump in the dirt. You end the letter with something about missing home, then fold it and tuck it into a tin box. Will it get sent? Who knows? But writing it feels like scraping some soot off your soul. As you seal the tin, a burst of laughter ripples down the line. Someone's found a bicycle. Not a military one. Just a rusty basket on the handlebars. I live in a French novel type bike. And they're riding it in circles around a cow. The cow is unimpressed. Your sergeant is even less impressed. You fall and break your leg, he mutters. You're explaining it to headquarters. But no one falls. And for 3 glorious minutes, it feels like summer camp again. Slightly moldy, heavily armed summer camp. That evening, you set up camp in a ditch that smells like onions and lost dreams. You eat from a communal pot of something that might have started as beef stew, but has definitely gone rogue. One guy, Brenner, pulls out a harmonica, plays a few rusty notes. It's off-key, barely audible over the chirping crickets, but it's music. Your foot taps without asking your permission. Night creeps in slowly. You lie back staring at the stars. They're shockingly bright. And so still, not like the ground, which always seems to hum with engines and tension. Beside you, Rousseau's writing his own letter. He squints in the firelight and mutters, "How do you spell bayonet?" you tell him. He immediately spells it wrong anyway. Historians still argue whether these pauses, these brief human moments between battles, were what held the Allied forces together, or simply served as distractions to help them survive the next hour. You lean toward the first. You want to believe it's the first. At some point, someone asks what everyone's doing after the war. Classic foxhole question. "I'm opening a bar," someone says. "I'm going to California," says another. "Buy a surfboard. Never touch a rifle again." Rousseau just shrugs. "I'm going to steal that French cat and start a jazz band." No one laughs. Not because it's not funny, but because it might happen. You fall asleep, slowly, letting the background sounds melt together. The rustle of hedges, the crackle of dying firewood, the low murmur of tired voices. It's not peace, but it's closer than you've been in days. And for a moment, right before your mind drifts away, you think about the letter still in your pocket, the one from the little girl. You unfold it in the dark. 3 words barely legible. "Merci. Pour tout." You fold it back up, press it to your chest, and close your eyes. The war's still out there, but tonight, for once, it's somewhere else. You wake to the sound of snoring. It's deep guttural and punctuated by the occasional grunt, like a bear arguing with a trombone. You blink awake in your foxhole, and after a brief moment of "where am I?" panic, you remember Normandy. Mud. War. Last night's stew that may or may not have included a boot. The snoring culprit is Morrison curled like a hibernating raccoon under his rain poncho mouth open to the sky. You nudge him with your boot. He doesn't flinch. You consider stuffing grass in his mouth, but decide to be the better person. Barely. Around you, the rest of the squad is slowly stirring, stretching like sore, damp cats. Rousseau's pouring lukewarm coffee from a blackened tin cup and offers you a sip. It tastes like roasted regret, but it's warm. And that's enough. The foxholes look like shallow graves, honestly. You've all become semi-professional ditch dwellers, caked in earth, decorated with bits of gear, and always sitting just low enough to feel vaguely insulted by the landscape. A few yards away, someone's reading a letter from home out loud. It's from a kid's sister, asking if he's met any pretty French girls yet. He responds by looking around at your current surroundings, wet socks exploding livestock, and a boot that smells like mildew, and says, "Not exactly Paris." Then comes the patrol order. You and 2 others are sent to scout a nearby crossroad. No big deal. Just sneak through unfamiliar terrain while hoping nobody's aiming something at your face. The usual. You head out ducking between trees, moving through tall grass that's wet enough to soak through your trousers by the second step. Every bush looks suspicious. Every breeze sounds like footsteps. You'd trade a month's rations for a good pair of dry socks. At one point, you hear rustling up ahead. You freeze. The 3 of you drop to your bellies in the grass. Movement low quick. You raise your rifle heart pounding, and out trots a rabbit. Just a rabbit. You nearly shoot it out of spite. A few hundred yards later, you find the crossroad. It's quiet. Too quiet, obviously, because why wouldn't the universe be cliché today? A burned-out German half-track sits on the shoulder, its tires melted into puddles of rubber. There's a smell like scorched plastic and soup gone wrong. You spot something under the truck. Carefully, you creep forward, inching around broken glass and twisted metal. It's a boot. Just a boot. But near it is a small photograph, half buried in the mud. You pull it out gently. It's a wedding photo. The edges are curled. The groom looks stiff and nervous. The bride radiant. You wipe the mud off and tuck it into your jacket. You don't really know why. Back at camp, someone's bartering a clean pair of socks for 2 cigarettes and half a deck of playing cards. No takers? Clean socks are priceless now. Like gold or ice cream. You spend part of the afternoon writing in your field journal. Not official orders, just scribbles, sketches, descriptions of the clouds. You draw the cow you saw yesterday. Not well. It looks like a blobby dog in a trench coat, but still. And then, because apparently no one wants you to have peace, there's an artillery barrage. It starts with a distant whistle, like the sky taking a deep breath. Then boom. Dirt flies. You hit the ground before your brain even catches up. The world becomes vibration, shaking earth, ringing ears, and dust in your teeth. You crawl to cover land in a puddle, swear under your breath. Around you, others are doing the same dance run. Drop, breathe, check limbs. It lasts maybe 5 minutes. Or 5 years. Hard to tell. When it's over, you sit up dazed and laugh. Not because it's funny, but because it's ridiculous. You're soaked covered in moss, and a pine cone has somehow wedged itself into your helmet. You pluck it out and mutter, "Nature is trying to kill me too, huh?" Historians still argue whether these seemingly random barrages were meant to stall Allied movement, or simply remind everyone that yes, the Germans still had a few tricks left. From where you're sitting, muddy deaf and slightly concussed, it feels more like cosmic bullying. Later, as things calm down, the squad settles into another foxhole story session. Tonight's topic, what food do you miss the most? The answers range from the predictable Mom's meatloaf to the oddly specific Aunt Carol's lemon meringue pie, but only if she doesn't burn the crust. You say milkshakes, the old-fashioned kind, cold, thick, with the striped paper straw and a cherry on top. I want that too, Russo says. But I also want a nap in a real bed with clean sheets. You all go quiet for a minute imagining it. A real mattress, a pillow, silence. No mud, no pine cones. Just stillness. You look up. The stars are out again. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, like they've got nowhere to be. For the first time all day, there's no wind, no gunfire. You pull your blanket tighter curl into your damp foxhole and try to hold that milkshake in your mind like a talisman. Sleep comes slowly. But when it does, it's dreamless. Just the warm dark. And a single thought drifting through the fog. Please, just no more pine cones tomorrow. You wake up groaning your spine, now fully convinced it was a terrible idea to be born into a species that sleeps lying down. Your foxhole has turned into a shallow puddle. Congratulations, you're officially half man, half sponge. You wring out your blanket and mutter something bitter about clouds. Rise and shine, sunshine, someone whispers. It's Russo, of course, squatting over a can of cold beans like it's breakfast at a 5-star hotel. He offers you a spoon. You decline, partly because they're navy beans, partly because his spoon is suspiciously sticky. The morning orders are short and sweet move out. There's a nearby hill that needs securing, and word is a Sherman tank column will be passing through. The brass wants someone to make sure the path is clear, which naturally means you. You sling your gear, adjust your helmet for the 100th time, and fall into the column. About 10 minutes into the march, you hear it, a distant rumble. Not thunder, not artillery. This is deeper, heavier, like something ancient waking up from a nap. The tanks are on the move. Then you see them. Shermans. Lumbering beasts of green steel and groaning gears kicking up plumes of dust and courage. There's something oddly comforting about them, like armored elephants that don't forget and also happen to come with a 75mm cannon. One rolls by close enough that you could touch it. You don't, but you think about it. The driver pokes his head out and gives you a lazy two-finger salute. He's wearing sunglasses. You hate him just a little. You're ordered to ride on top of one for the next leg. You climb up awkwardly, grabbing onto whatever metal looks least likely to burn your hands. Once settled, you feel strange, elevated, exposed, but also kind of like you've leveled up in some weird muddy video game. The tank lurches forward, and suddenly you're coasting, not walking, not tripping over roots, just rolling. The fields blur by, villages in the distance, trees passing like sleepy sentinels. It's not fast, but it's faster than your boots, and you silently thank whichever logistics officer made this miracle happen. Then cluck. Yes, a cluck. You look to your left and spot a chicken trotting alongside the road like it's late for work. Russo sees it too, and because he is Russo, he reaches out, scoops it up mid-run, and tucks it under his arm like a furry football. What are you going to do with it, you ask? Dunno yet, he replies. Might name it. He does. The chicken is now called Corporal Cluckles. About 20 minutes later, you roll into a small French village more intact than most. The tank slows. Your squad hops down. The tracks have left deep impressions in the road like the earth is trying to remember them. There are people here. Civilians. One old man tips his cap. A woman waves cautiously. A little girl hands Russo a flower, then immediately runs away when she sees the chicken. Probably wise. You're directed to a stone church on the edge of the village. It's being used as a temporary headquarters. The interior smells like old incense and wet canvas. Someone set up a radio in the nave. Maps are pinned to pews. Sandbags line the stained glass windows. A crucifix looms above it all, oddly serene about the situation. Outside, you help set up a defensive perimeter. Nothing fancy. Just barbed wire sandbags and one guy with a shovel who swears he knew a guy who knew a guy who once dug a trench in under an hour. While digging, you uncover something odd, a rusted metal box. Inside a stack of letters. All handwritten, all in German. One has a pressed flower inside a little wilted daisy browned with age. It doesn't feel like intelligence. It feels like something you weren't meant to see. You close the box and rebury it. Back in the village square, someone starts frying something. Yes, frying. Turns out, one of the engineers found a functioning stove. It smells like onions and hope. Russo offers up Corporal Cluckles. Just as a joke. Probably. You sit on the stone steps and rest. Your legs dangle. Your rifle leans beside you like a tired dog. One of the tank crew tosses you a chocolate bar British issue, which means it's roughly as chewable as a brick, but you still grin like a kid on Halloween. The tank commander, a guy with a laugh like thunder, and a scar that's probably got an epic backstory, joins you. He talks about fighting in North Africa, about the heat, the flies, and the time his crew tried to cook bacon on the engine. It worked, he insists. Mostly. Historians still argue whether armored infantry support was deployed efficiently during the Normandy campaign, or if logistical headaches kept the Shermans stuck in the hedgerows too long. You're just glad they're here today. There's something about having a 30-ton hunk of metal next to you that makes bullets feel slightly less personal. That night, you sleep in the church. Not the foxhole. An actual building. A roof. 4 walls. A pew for a bed. It creaks when you lie down, but it's the best sleep surface you've had since arriving. You stare up at the stained glass above you. A saint with outstretched arms. Benevolent. Possibly judgmental. Hard to tell. Rousseau sleeps beside you, snoring lightly, one arm still draped protectively around Corporal Cluckles. Tomorrow will probably be loud again, but tonight there's silence, and wood polish, and the faint sound of a tank engine cooling in the distance. You wake to the sound of propellers. Not close, more like a low rhythmic buzz above the rooftops. For a few foggy seconds, your brain tries to convince you it's a lawnmower. Then you remember you're still in Normandy, in a pew, beneath a saint who looks slightly more smug in the daylight. And that's not a mower, it's the Allied Air Force. Outside, you blink into the morning sun, surprised to find it's warm. Not just warmer than damp trench sludge, but actually warm. The light feels golden soft, almost suspicious. The sort of morning you'd expect birdsong, a cafe, and a very overpriced pastry. Instead, you get melted chocolate in your socks. Because yes, you forgot. You kept that British chocolate bar in your pocket overnight. And now, your thigh smells like sweet waxy disappointment. You peel it out, or most of it. The rest might just be a permanent part of your uniform now. Around the corner, tanks rumble back to life. Their crews stretch, scratch, and start fiddling with tools and grease guns like oversized handymen preparing to fix something with firepower. Someone's put a flower in one tank's barrel. No one's claiming credit, but you're pretty sure it was Rousseau. He's been beautifying the war effort, as he says, ever since he put a beret on Corporal Cluckles. Orders come in over the radio. You're moving again. Another push, inland this time, through a stretch of open fields with German positions reportedly dug into the far tree line. The kind of operation that looks simple on a map and awful when you're the one actually walking it. You gear up, hydrate with the last of your lukewarm canteen water, and double knot your bootlaces, like that's going to help. Then the column begins to roll. It's a long, slow walk beside the tanks. Every few steps, you hear the creak of gear, the muttered curses of soldiers adjusting their packs, and the never-ending whisper of wind through wheat fields. It should be peaceful. It's not. You pass a crashed glider in a field, its wooden frame splintered, its wings bent like broken arms. Scattered around it are crumpled helmets, ripped cargo straps, and one very confused sheep. You nod respectfully at the sheep. He seems to have seen things. As you move through the wheat, you spot tiny signs of the war's weirdness. A helmet filled with wildflowers, a torn comic book stuck in a tree, a German ration tin now being used to hold someone's extra socks, and then a shout. Aircraft! You drop, instinctively pressing into the wheat. Overhead, a formation of Allied fighters streaks by P-47 Thunderbolts, judging by the distinctive profile. They roar past like angry wasps, with bombs turning everything else to white noise. Then explosions. Far ahead, the tree line erupts in fireballs and smoke. Bombs hit with heavy concussive whumps that vibrate through your chest. You can't see the impact zones clearly, but you know this much: someone up there is making a strong argument for air superiority. One of the new guys, Phillips, watches with his mouth open. You think they got 'em. You shrug. They got something. Historians still argue whether air support during this stage of Normandy was used with tactical precision or just brute force enthusiasm. You're leaning toward giant flying sledgehammer personally. The column keeps moving. Carefully now. As you approach the tree line, the smell hits you. Burnt grass, scorched wood, and that sharp tang of metal heated far beyond what's reasonable. The wheat is blackened in places, still smoking in others. A destroyed German machine gun nest lies crumpled in a ditch, the sandbags around it blown to confetti. You sweep through the area with your squad. The trees loom dark and dense, their lower branches scorched. The air here feels heavier, like it's holding its breath. You find a crater big enough to hide a jeep in, and inside it 3 ration tins, 1 boot, and a busted pair of binoculars. Suddenly, something buzzes past your ear. Not a bullet, just a mosquito. You swat at it, and in the process, slap your own helmet off. It bounces once rolls into the brush, and lands in a pile of what you really hope is mud. It isn't. You spend the next few minutes trying to scrub your helmet out with a rag, cursing both insects and cows in the same sentence. Rousseau walks by and hands you a canteen. You smell like Normandy. Thanks, you mutter. That was the goal. You push deeper into the woods. It's a slow, careful advance, your unit checking for mines, tripwires, and anything that looks remotely trappish. At one point, a tree creaks loudly, and half the squad jumps like someone just yelled boo. Deeper in, you stumble upon a strange sight. A German field kitchen, completely abandoned, still warm. There's a pot of something bubbling on a small camp stove. You lean over cautiously and sniff. Smells like cabbage. And feet. Possibly both. You don't eat it, but you do take the pot. Someone else claims the ladle. War has turned you all into raccoons with rifles. By nightfall, you reach a clearing that's deemed safe enough to rest in. You collapse against a tree leg's numb mind fuzzy. Rousseau sets down Corporal Cluckles and starts telling a story about his uncle who once wrestled a goat on a fishing boat. It makes no sense. You love every second of it. Someone shares a tin of peaches. Actual peaches. Syrupy, soft, slightly metallic, but glorious. You scoop out every bite and lick the lid. Historians never talk about peaches. They should. As darkness falls, fireflies start appearing, tiny flickers in the trees, blinking like nervous stars. The crickets join in, chirping a rhythm you almost recognize. Someone starts whistling. You fall asleep to the sound of leaves, rustling, the fading buzz of planes, and Rousseau snoring softly beside a chicken. The war continues somewhere else for now, and the chocolate in your pocket finally finishes melting. You wake up inside a barn. Not a metaphorical barn, not a partially bombed war barn, an actual, intact, pleasantly musty barn. The floor is layered in hay that only smells a little like it might house 1,000 spiders. Above you, wooden beams arch like the ribs of an old whale. Sunlight sneaks through the gaps in the wood, creating thin golden lines across the floor. It's quiet. You almost believe it's peacetime. And then Rousseau snores. He's sprawled out across a bag of grain, using his helmet as a pillow and drooling slightly. Corporal Cluckles is perched nearby, pecking at something invisible with all the judgment of a Victorian schoolmaster. You sit up slowly. Your back cracks in at least 3 places. You're not even 25, and your spine sounds like someone chewing celery. The barn had been a lucky find after a brutal firefight yesterday that left your squad scattered and your feet blistered to the point of unionizing. You'd gotten separated during the chaos crossfire from the tree line, A panicked sprint through mud, then silence. You ended up here, alone, for a bit. You'd found shelter behind a wall of hay bales, your breath loud in your ears. The rifle clutched to your chest heartbeat, racing like you just sprinted through a nightmare, which in fairness you had. Then, as night fell, a voice in the dark, Scottish, friendly, and armed with a radio. Enter Corporal MacDougall, Royal Signal Corps, thick accent, sharper wit. The kind of guy who can recite Shakespeare and fix a field transmitter using tin-foil spit and blind optimism. He'd found you huddled in the corner and said, "Well, you don't look dead, so I suppose that's something." Then offered you half a biscuit. You accepted, and thus began the weirdest sleepover of your life. Now the squad has reassembled in the barn. Everyone made it, some scraped, some limping, all somehow more exhausted than yesterday. You eat breakfast, in silence, cold stew from a dented tin, and half a stale chocolate bar someone found wedged inside their boot. You try not to think about how long it's been in there. MacDougall's fiddling with the radio again. It hums and crackles, like it's debating whether to function. He mutters insults at it, and somehow that works. You hear voices crackly distant, allied chatter, orders, maybe even music briefly, before it collapses into static again. Your squad leader appears from behind a wooden door, chewing jerky and carrying a map so waterlogged it looks like someone tried to turn it into soup. "Next stop, crossroads north of here," he says. "Intel says there's a German patrol sniffing around. Friendly sniffing, or the bayonet kind," Russo asks. He gets a look. No one answers. You head out mid-morning. The fields are dewy, the sun just starting to warm the air. Your legs still ache. You lost a bootlace yesterday, and now your left boot keeps threatening to slide off, like it's emotionally checked out. MacDougall tags along radio, slung over one shoulder, and a tin of sardines in his side pouch. "Emergency rations," he says. Or bait, depending on how the day goes. You walk in silence for a while. The land opens up, farmland dotted with shell holes, fence posts snapped in half, and here and there the eerie stillness of abandoned carts. A scarecrow looms in one field, arms outstretched, hat cocked at a ridiculous angle. For a second you mistake it for a man and nearly raise your rifle. Everyone freezes as you round a bend. A minefield, not marked, not wide, but real. Just beyond it, past the patch of open grass and steel-toothed surprises, is a burned-out Jeep and what might be an abandoned German MG nest. Your squad leader sighs the sigh of a man who hates paperwork, then points to you, MacDougall and Russo. You're the light team. Of course. So now you're crawling belly to the ground, breath held, moving like molasses over needles. You watch where you place your hands. You scan the dirt like it owes you money. A frog hops near you. You nearly faint. It takes 10 agonizing minutes, but you make it across. MacDougall follows, with the radio muttering curses in what might be Gaelic. Russo brings up the rear chicken, safely tucked into his coat. Don't ask how. Don't ever ask how. Once across, you find cover in the MG nest. It's abandoned, all right, but the gun is still warm, which is not ideal. A rustling comes from the woods behind you. You freeze. So does MacDougall. So does the chicken. A German soldier steps out, just one rifle slung low, hands raised. He's young, like really young. Maybe 16, maybe less. His helmet is too big for his head. He's scared, pale, trembling. Your squad leader signals from across the minefield. Hold position. You do. The boy looks at you, then at the gun, then back at you. You lower your rifle, slowly. He hesitates, then runs. Not at you. Away. Just vanishes into the trees like a ghost in boots. You don't fire. McDougal doesn't either. Historians still argue whether many German soldiers, especially the very young, were ever truly prepared to fight or simply forced into a collapsing machine. You just know that kid didn't want to be here. Same as you. Later, you cross back through the minefield, painfully slowly report the site as cleared, and collapse into the grass with a grunt that sounds older than your father. Back at the barn, someone's cooking something over a small fire. Bread, maybe. Or potatoes. Possibly both. You don't ask questions you don't want honest answers to. Night falls again. You lie in the hay, breathing in the scent of old wood smoke and faintly sour sweat. Above, rats skitter along the rafters. One squeaks. You squeak louder. McDougal hums something low and slow, a Scottish tune that sounds like it was designed to put giants to sleep. Rousseau, half asleep, says he wants to name the chicken captain. He's vetoed immediately. The world fades out in pieces. A barn. A song. A boy who ran. And the quietest peace you've known in days. You wake in darkness, but not the peaceful kind. Not the warm, candle-lit, drift back to sleep kind. No. This is a jittery, gut-tightening something's wrong kind of darkness. Then thunder. Except it's not thunder. You know that sound now deep in your bones. It starts with a hiss, like a whisper sliding down your spine. Then the earth shakes as if someone's kicking it from below. Artillery. You jolt upright in your hay pile. A second shell lands closer this time. The barn shudders. Dust trickles down from the rafters, and Corporal Cluckles lets out a terrified squawk. Out! Out, move! Someone yells. You grab your gear, half awake, half panicking, half still dreaming about roast potatoes, and stumble out into the night. The sky is flashing at the edges of the horizon, orange bursts lighting up black silhouettes of trees and rooftops. You can't tell who's firing. Could be them. Could be us. Could be both, playing ping pong with explosives. You duck behind a stone wall with McDougal, who's cradling the radio like a newborn. His hands are shaking, but his voice is calm as he clicks out a series of signals trying to reach command. A shell explodes maybe 200 yards away. Close enough that your fillings rattle. Close enough that your breath catches like it owes rent. You press your helmet down, whisper a few impolite words to the sky, and try not to think about the fact that your foxhole is currently occupied by a goat. Yeah, there's a goat. No idea where it came from. It's just there chewing something that may once have been part of a uniform. So you and the goat share a trench now. It doesn't seem pleased about it. Honestly, you're not either. The bombardment lasts for nearly an hour. It's not constant, it's sporadic, unpredictable. Long moments of silence, then boom, then 5 more, then nothing. You find yourself counting seconds between impacts, like it'll help. Like there's a rhythm to this chaos. Rousseau finally flops into your trench. Covered in mud, one boot missing, clutching a baguette like it's a prized relic. Don't ask, he says, panting. It's mine. You stare at him, then at the goat, then at the baguette. Fair enough. Eventually, the shelling slows. Not because anyone told it to, but because ammunition is finite, and even chaos needs a break. Command finally crackles through the radio. The message is short and grim. Recon down. Units scattered. Hold ground. Expect movement before dawn. So, not great. You organize a quick perimeter. Nothing fancy, just a few machine gun nests, flares, ready rifles loaded. You're running on fumes and cold stew, but nobody complains. Then comes the waiting. You sit in your goat-shared trench, trying to stay awake. The night is eerily still now, as if the world's holding its breath after yelling too much. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hoots. You jump. The goat jumps. Russo mutters something about haunted owls. The guy on your left, Brenner, starts telling a story to keep everyone from nodding off. It's about his grandmother who used to chase raccoons out of her garden with a broom and a shotgun. You don't know how true it is, but the image helps an old woman defending her tomatoes like a boss-level soldier. Then comes the scratching. Soft, rhythmic, deliberate. You freeze. It's not from the trees. It's close, too close. Behind that fallen cart up the hill. You signal. Fingers to your lips. Everyone tenses. Brenner readies his rifle. The goat, unbothered, continues chewing. You hold your breath. The cart shifts. Someone's there. A shadow moves. A figure rises and a flashlight flicks on. Don't shoot, Allied unit. Everyone exhales at once. It's a patrol. 3 men from a different company, muddy, wide-eyed, missing most of their sense of humor. They'd been caught during the barrage, got separated from their squad, and had been hiding in the cart for hours. You let them in the line. Hand them water. One of them is so grateful, he nearly hugs the goat. The goat does not appreciate that. Historians still argue whether the nighttime artillery raids across Normandy were tactically necessary or psychological warfare. You don't need a degree to know they mess with your head. Your ears still ring, and every thud in the distance feels like a fist raised behind your back. By dawn, the sky lightens just enough to see outlines again. The fields are gray-blue. The dew glistens like silver on the grass. You look like a scarecrow that lost a bet. Russo is snoring in the mud arms wrapped protectively around his baguette. Someone made tea from boiled grass. No one's quite sure why. You stretch your legs and feel all 11 blisters argue about it. McDougal mutters something about needing a shave and possibly divine intervention. You agree. Though if you had to pick just one, maybe soap would be a start. And then as the sun finally crests the hill, you realize you've made it through the night. Still in one piece. Still holding your rifle. Still on the side of the living. It's not heroism. It's persistence. The stubborn, sleepy kind. The goat sneezes. You flinch. Russo mutters, "Worst Airbnb ever." You laugh. Because it's either that or cry. And right now, you need to hold on to the part of yourself that still remembers what laughter feels like. You've stopped bleeding. It's a small win, but you'll take it. You're sitting on a wooden crate, pants rolled up, leg wrapped in what looks suspiciously like the sleeve of someone's shirt. The medic, slightly unhinged, definitely overcaffeinated, taped you up with a frown and a muttered, "Should have been 2 inches left. You'd be minus a kneecap." You nodded, like that was comforting. Now your thigh burns in a dull, warm way. Not urgent, not catastrophic, just enough pain to remind you this leg is not open for business today. You're in the shade of a stone wall near a collapsed farmhouse that once had a red roof and probably a name. It's hard to tell now. The front door's splintered. A wagon wheel is jammed through the window like someone tried to redecorate with agricultural aggression. Across from you, a pair of medics sit on ammo boxes, swapping ghost stories. Not the campfire kind. The Normandy kind. One guy saw a woman in white by the orchard, says the first medic wrapping a bandage. Said she was barefoot, floating eyes, all blank. She just stared at him. Sounds like exhaustion, the second replies. Or bad stew. Nah, the first insists. She vanished, like smoke. Whole platoon swears they heard crying too. You smirk. War makes everyone a little superstitious. Except You did hear something weird last night. A soft, low humming. Not the radio, not the wind, just the tone, right before the shelling started. You didn't tell anyone. Thought it was in your head. Maybe it was. Maybe that's what happens when you sleep next to a goat and a Scottish radio man who recites poetry in his sleep. Rousseau limps by holding what appears to be a German field mirror. He pauses, turns to the reflection and frowns. Ugh, I need a new face. You need a bath first, you reply. He nods solemnly. Or fire. Someone's boiling water nearby. They're attempting to sterilize something, though you're 60% sure it's just a spoon and some hope. A medic offers you a painkiller, not morphine, but the next best thing, a chalky white pill that tastes like sidewalk. You wash it down with warm canteen water and try not to think about the horse carcass 2 hills over that started to attract flies the size of small aircraft. A few yards away, a chaplain's setting up a makeshift altar on an overturned table. He's not preaching, not praying, just placing things down gently across a small Bible, a crumpled photo of someone's dog. People come and go. Some leave trinkets, some don't. One guy drops a harmonica, pauses, then picks it back up. Can't part with it just yet. You lean back against the wall and pull out your own weird keepsake, the wedding photo from a few days ago. The mud's dried. The bride's still smiling. The groom's glasses are lopsided. You have no idea why you kept it, but it feels necessary, like proof of something bigger than all this. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupts from the other side of the wall. You stand carefully and limp over. There's a circle of soldiers sitting in the dirt surrounding something on the ground. You edge in. It's a chicken. The chicken. Corporal Cluckles. And someone's made it a helmet. A tiny papier-mâché helmet painted green with CC scrawled on the front in charcoal. It perches proudly on Cluckles' head while she pecks at breadcrumbs with military precision. Best morale officer in the unit, someone says. No argument, says another. She hasn't missed a patrol yet. You shake your head. But you're smiling. Historians still argue whether these kinds of little rituals, jokes, mascots, inside references, were just coping mechanisms or essential parts of cohesion in the chaos. You're betting on both. If you can laugh, you're still fighting. Later, a new group of soldiers arrives. Fresh faces, new uniforms, looking like they haven't fully grasped that war is not a Hollywood movie. One of them sits beside you, introduces himself as Finch, from Michigan, has a dog named Buttons, and a girl who writes every Tuesday. You ask him what day it is. He shrugs. Tuesday, I think. You nod. Better check the mailbox. He chuckles, then looks out at the horizon. You think it'll end soon? He asks. You want to say yes? You really do. But instead, you just say, hope so. That night, a few of the guys play cards by firelight. The chaplain's sitting nearby, sketching in a notebook. Rousseau's whittling something, a chicken-sized bench by the look of it. You lie back on your tarp and listen to the hum of voices, the occasional pop of the fire, and the rhythmic clicking of McDougal's radio as he tries again to reach someone named Jenkins. A medic walks by and asks how your leg feels. You shrug, like it wants a vacation. He grins. Join the club. You fall asleep to the distant sound of laughter, soft prayers, and a chicken softly clucking in her sleep. No shells tonight, just silence, and a sky full of stars that doesn't know how lucky it is. Morning comes like a prank, bright way too cheerful and utterly oblivious to your mood. You stretch your legs still sore, but functional, and slowly push yourself upright. A shaft of sunlight cuts through the dust landing squarely on your helmet like a cosmic spotlight. You feel judged. By the weather, today's mission navigation. Your squad's been ordered to move East Link up with another unit, and this is the kicker: follow the map. This sounds great in theory. The problem: the map was printed by someone who apparently believed Normandy is flat, neatly labeled, and not crawling with angry Germans and sheep mines. The paper's torn at the corner, water-stained into blotchy camouflage, and the legend is missing entirely. Fields are marked as if they're parking lots. There's a line labeled river that turns out to be a ditch with attitude. Still, you squint at it optimistically. You're supposed to take the second path after the broken windmill, which would be helpful if the first windmill hadn't also been broken, and the second one burned down. So now you're walking through what is either a wheat field or a cleverly disguised swamp, following Rousseau, who is holding the map sideways and insisting he has a natural sense of direction. You pass a scarecrow again. You swear it's the same one from yesterday, only this time it's wearing a different hat. You don't ask. McDougal keeps clicking the radio as you move, but all he gets is static and the occasional French love song, which is not comforting. At one point, he kicks the radio gently and mutters, "Tell Jenkins I hate him." You stop for a quick break near a tree stump. Someone pulls out a tin of sardines. You decline. Someone else produces a half loaf of stolen bread. You accept that with such enthusiasm, it makes the sardine guy nervous. "Hey," Finch says between bites, "how far to this unit we're linking up with Rousseau?" Turns the map upside down. Could be an hour. Could be Belgium. Turns out it's neither. You keep walking and then splat. Your foot hits something soft and very much alive. You look down. Sheep. Dozens of them. Just lounging in the middle of a narrow road, chewing cud with the self-importance of royalty. They don't move. Not even slightly. You wave your arms. Nothing. One of them sneezes. Then the real problem appears: signs of mines. Not dramatic ones, just little wires, disturbed soil, and the telltale glint of metal near the sheep's hooves. Well, Rousseau says deadpan the sheep are apparently immortal. Turns out the Germans, in their quest to make Normandy as unwelcoming as possible, had rigged common livestock trails with small mines. Not enough to blow a tank, just enough to ruin someone's whole day. You all back away. Slowly. The new plan: take the long way around, which leads you through someone's garden. Or possibly a former garden. It's now mostly weeds, an overturned wheelbarrow, and a stone gnome missing its head. You nod respectfully at the gnome and carry on. The sun climbs higher. The fields stretch endlessly, and the heat starts to press in like a damp towel. You pull off your helmet for a minute, let your scalp breathe. Immediately regret it when something buzzes your ear like a tiny, angry motorcycle. You're dehydrated. Your socks are wet. There's a pebble in your boot that somehow gained sentience. And then after 3 hours of marching, rerouting, doubling back, and creative cursing, you arrive. Except you don't. Because this isn't a unit. It's a sheep pasture. And plot twist, you might be in Belgium. Finch stares at the map. That windmill was facing the other way. McDougal sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose, and mutters something about moving to the Alps and becoming a marmot. But before morale completely collapses, salvation arrives. A jeep. It rattles up the dirt path, kicking up dust, honking twice, like it's greeting an old friend. Inside is a British officer mustache like a curled ribbon, sipping from a dented canteen and looking entirely too clean. "You lads lost?" he asks. You nod. Spectacularly. He laughs. Happens. War's a maze. Hop in. The jeep's small, but you manage to cram 4 of you in the back. Russo sits on the edge, with Corporal Cluckles tucked under his arm like a carry-on. Finch hangs off the side like luggage. The officer gives you a lift back to a real Allied checkpoint, where shockingly maps or laminated radio signals work, and someone is handing out hot tea in actual mugs. You practically cry. Your squad leader meets you there, hands on hips, shaking his head. You were supposed to be here 5 hours ago. Russo shrugs. We got sheep blocked. Everyone laughs. Even the officer. Even McDougal, who normally saves his chuckles for radio malfunctions and minor explosions. Historians still debate how frequently Allied units got lost in the Normandy hedgerows. Some claim it was rare due to effective coordination. Others, especially veterans, describe it as daily, with occasional bonus cows. You're in the latter camp. That evening, back at a real bivouac, you share stories over reheated rations and mildly alcoholic cider that may have been squeezed from questionable apples. Russo makes a dramatic reenactment of the sheep standoff. McDougal tries to draw it. You swear the scarecrow waves at you from across the field. The stars come out again. Same ones. Still judging. You lie on a cot that feels like a cloud compared to yesterday's dirt patch. The map is folded neatly beside you, now marked with question marks, and a cartoon sheep wearing a crown. Your eyes grow heavy. Your leg still throbs. But your chest doesn't feel so tight. And your helmet is finally clean. Mostly. The morning starts with the smell of burnt rubber. Not the high-octane race car kind. This is more like if someone lit a tire bonfire in a garbage bin and seasoned it with diesel and existential dread. You wrinkle your nose and step outside your tent. Yes, an actual tent this time, and into the smoke. Ahead lies what used to be a supply road. It's now a parade of wreckage. Twisted metal, shattered crates, a scorched dispatch truck with one door hanging off, and a faint trail of peanut butter smeared across the hood. Don't ask. You're assigned to help secure it, clear debris, identify anything salvageable, and ideally not explode in the process. As you step over a busted rifle and what might be half a harmonica, you realize something the road hums. Not with activity, but with memory. Everything around you whispers of motion of things, almost making it before they didn't. To your left, a burnt-out motorcycle leans sideways, like it fell asleep mid-delivery. Beside it, a crate labeled "Socks." Urgent. Oh, the tragedy. To your right, something even stranger. A full, mostly intact accordion blackened at the corners, but otherwise, surprisingly, undestroyed. It rests in the dirt, like someone threw a concert in the middle of a forest fire and left early. Russo picks it up, presses a key. It wheezes. Sounds like me after hill drills, he mutters. Still, he keeps it. You spend most of the morning hauling crates, some with actual ammo, others full of things that make no sense at all. One box contains only bedpans. Another men's dress, shoes, size 8. Somewhere a logistics officer is crying. Finch finds a stack of French comic books in a half-crushed mailbag. He flips through one with wide eyes. Why are all the dogs wearing capes? You shrug. Cultural thing. The work is sweaty slow and just dangerous enough to make you flinch at every snapped twig. Occasionally someone yells "mine," and everyone panics only to find out it's just a dented canteen reflecting oddly. One guy does find an actual anti-tank mine under a pile of charred blankets. You all back up as the engineers are called in. They disarm it like it's a sleepy badger slowly whispering to it with the nervousness of people who know too much. Once it's clear, the engineers mark the spot with chalk and an empty sardine tin. Very official. By midday, the smoke finally thins. You sit on the tailgate of an abandoned transport truck legs, swinging, eating a can of beans cold because the cook tent caught fire earlier and now smells faintly of despair. McDougal plops down beside you, sipping what may or may not be actual coffee. Bit quieter today, he mutters. You nod, and it is. No mortars, no screaming. Just the rustle of leaves and the occasional cough from someone who tried to smoke a cigar that had clearly expired in 1939. Someone nearby plays a radio barely functioning fuzzy with static, but there's a faint song in it, a French tune, slow, dreamy. For a moment, the world tilts into something soft. Then a jeep roars in, kicking up dust and snapping everyone back into reality. A courier hops out, hands a dispatch to your sergeant, and disappears without even turning off the engine. The sergeant reads it, frowns. Change of plans, he says. We're clearing the next junction. Supposed to be a German supply point, or what's left of one. You groan internally. So does everyone else. Back on your feet, you follow the path east. The sun's hanging low, painting everything gold and pink like it's trying to apologize for existing. The road turns to gravel, then dirt, then something between dirt and disappointment. You pass the husk of a truck that smells deeply of sauerkraut. No one investigates. You pass a boot hanging from a tree branch. Just one. Left foot. Size large. It sways gently, like it's waving. And then you find it the junction. It's more of a muddy crossroads, really churned up by tires and boots and who knows what. But sure enough, there are signs of a recent German presence, empty crates marked with black stencils, bits of gear abandoned mid-step, and a shattered signpost that probably once read something useful. You fan out to search. Behind a fallen log, you find something unexpected. A journal. Not a military one, a personal one. The handwriting inside is neat, methodical German. One entry reads, "Rain again. Boots are soaked. Lost the last of our tobacco. Hans sings too much." Another dated a week later, Americans getting closer. Dreamed about home. Mother's garden. Smelled lavender. Woke up to gunfire. You close the journal and slip it into your pack. It's not useful intel, but it feels important. Like a voice trying to survive. Historians still debate the psychological toll of these small advances. Tiny road victories in the face of massive operations. Some say they built momentum. Others say they just wore everyone down until no one remembered why they were pushing anymore. You feel both. Back at the edge of the road, someone finds an intact can of peaches. Again, the war's weirdest miracle. You share it. Spoon by spoon, sitting in a circle, passing it like communion. Best part of the day, Finch says. Best part of the week, you reply. The stars start to appear above the trees. And for the first time in days, there's no thunder, no fire. Just the hum of a world that's still spinning. McDougal starts playing the accordion. Poorly. Everyone boos. He plays louder. And you lie back in the grass, eyes closed, smiling, as the night stretches out around you, soft and absurd and real. You're ankle deep in mud and sin when you hear it, the rumble of something large, something heavy, something distinctly not on your side. Panzer, someone whispers. You freeze. The air thickens. Even the birds shut up. It's somewhere beyond the ridge trees, shaking gently, a distant metallic groan, followed by the unmistakable clunk of tank treads. The kind of sound that makes your spine stand up straighter, whether it wants to or not. Russo, crouched beside you, mutters, "I thought tanks were louder." They are, you say, when they want to be. You're in a low-lying ditch at the edge of a small village, what's left of it anyway. The kind of place that had one bakery, one priest, and a dozen cows before it got politely flattened by weeks of bombing. Now it's just skeletons of houses and walls that don't know when to fall over. Your squad's job is simple. Hold the crossroads until reinforcements arrive, which is military speak for try not to die impressively. And then, just to make the day weirder, a pig runs across the street. Not charging, not panicking, just trotting along like it's late for a meeting. It vanishes around a corner. You and Russo lock eyes. "We following it?" he asks. "No," you say. "We're not that lost." Then Father Moreau appears. You didn't know there was a priest in this village. But there he is, robes flapping a rosary, bouncing on his chest, calmly walking through the wreckage like he's on his way to mop a church floor. You blink. He's real right. McDougal nods, wide-eyed. Unless we've all gone mad at the same time. Father Moreau walks straight up to your squad leader, crosses himself, and says in impeccable English gentleman, "I will bless the road now. Kindly, do not shoot near me." You nod. Copy that. He disappears around the bend. 2 minutes later, you hear him singing. It's Gregorian chanting. Over the low rumble of a panzer engine. You'd laugh if you weren't so incredibly close to soiling your trousers. The tank gets louder. You scramble into position behind the remains of a garden wall. There's a rusted watering can beside you, and what looks like a very brave tomato plant still trying to grow. You pat it for luck. The panzer crests the hill. It's smaller than you imagined somehow. Sleek, low, like a predator on treads. It pauses at the intersection engine, idling with a diesel purr. Your breath catches. Then, as if summoned by divine mischief, the pig reappears right in front of the tank and just sits down. The tank halts. You squint through your scope confused. Inside the turret, you can see silhouettes moving. One gestures wildly. Another raises binoculars. The pig oinks, and then gunfire, but not at you. The tank crew is shooting into the air. Warning shots, maybe frustration, maybe trying to scare the pig off. It doesn't move. Russo mutters, "That pig's got more guts than all of us combined." Then your sergeant gives the signal. You open fire. The first shots crack through the air, bouncing off the panzer's armor with a sickening ping. Machine guns open up from two flanks. Someone tosses a smoke grenade. The field becomes noise and haze. The tank reverses slowly, cautiously. You don't have the firepower to kill it, but you've annoyed it thoroughly. It fires one round. It hits the bakery, which somehow explodes. You're 90% sure there was no ammunition in there, just baguettes. The pig bolts. Father Moreau, unfazed, walks back through the smoke, murmuring what might be scripture or a very well-worded complaint to God. Eventually the tank pulls back, retreats up the ridge, a tactical decision, or maybe it just didn't want to run over the pig. You breathe. You breathe. Everyone starts laughing wild and hoarse and high-pitched like you've all just narrowly escaped death, which, yes, you have. Later, as things settle, you search the remains of the bakery. Among the rubble, a blackened but intact bread tin. Inside, a single croissant. Miraculous. You split it 5 ways. It tastes like ash and butter and divine intervention. That evening, the villagers start to emerge from their hiding places. A few have wine. A few have cheese. One very old woman insists on giving Russo a hug, despite the fact he still smells like gunpowder and trench boots. The priest finds a bottle of something brown and unlabeled and passes it around. It burns like philosophy. You drink anyway. Historians still argue whether small skirmishes like this meant anything in the long run. Whether a single crossroads, a single panzer, a single hour could shift the tide of anything. But here's what you know. You're alive. The pig is a hero. The priest is probably a wizard. And you might finally get a full night's sleep. Maybe. You curl up under a broken windowsill helmet, over your eyes, rifle by your side. Outside, the stars blink back into view. You dream of bread. The morning after a panzer encounter hits different. It's like waking up with a hangover you didn't earn. Your head is fuzzy, your back stiff, and the world feels weirdly quiet, like it's watching you with one eyebrow raised. You sit up against the same broken wall you fell asleep under, blinking at the light creeping across the cobbled street. Somewhere nearby, a chicken clucks. That's how you know Russo survived the night. You stretch painfully and spot a small group gathering near the church steps. Someone's got a pot of something steaming. Coffee, porridge, boiled sock water. Honestly, you'd drink it either way. You hobble over with your tin cup, greet the group with a grunt that might be English, and plop down beside Finch, who's carving a face into a hunk of wood with intense focus. "Whatcha making, you ask?" He holds it up. It's a vaguely angry-looking potato with teeth. "War totem," he says. "Nice. Today's orders are suspiciously vague. Hold position, monitor the road, and maintain morale." That last part is always a little fuzzy in the manual. Technically, it means no one shoots anyone in your own unit. Practically, it means you tell jokes until someone either laughs or threatens to sock you. So that's what you do. You spend the morning patrolling the edge of the village, half alert, half pretending to be. The fields are mostly empty now, save for one cow and a bicycle that someone leaned against a fence and clearly forgot. The cow eyes you, judgingly. You wave. The cow flicks its tail and walks off. Back at the makeshift outpost, you find a Canadian sniper named Thompson cleaning his rifle. He's got a mustache that belongs in a noir detective movie and a voice like gravel soaked in maple syrup. He offers you a seat on an overturned crate. "You guys, the ones who fought off that panzer." You nod. Technically, it ran away because of a pig, but yes. He smirks. "That tracks." You chat. At first, it's surface-level stuff. Gear rations, the latest in boot complaints. But then it shifts. He tells you about his twin brother back in Toronto. How they both enlisted, but ended up in different regiments. How he hasn't heard from him in weeks. How every time a runner shows up, he listens for his name with a knot in his stomach. You nod because you get it. You tell him about your sister. The letter she wrote. The one where she drew a cartoon of your whole family riding a tank into Berlin. You laugh, remembering how she gave your mom a bazooka and your dad a cape. You both sit in silence for a bit after that. Then out of nowhere, Thompson says, "You know, I once snuck into a German camp dressed as a milkman." You blink. "You're kidding." Swear on Cluckles. He launches into the story. Apparently his unit needed intel, and the village had an old delivery uniform lying around. He shaved, wore a cap, and walked straight into the camp, pushing a wooden crate of milk bottles. Didn't speak a word, just nodded a lot and pointed. One German soldier even tipped him. You both laugh until you wheeze. It's the kind of story that makes everything hurt in a good way. Russo joins in next, dragging over a crate and immediately launching into his own tale how he once convinced a cook to trade a pound of sugar for a tin of shoe polish by claiming it made stew shiny and aromatic. Thompson raises an eyebrow. Did it work? It absolutely did not, Russo says proudly. But he still gave me the sugar. McDougal shows up with the radio plops down and says, no sign of Jenkins, but I did pick up a station playing Benny Goodman. Morale has never been higher. Someone finds a deck of cards. Another guy starts doodling in the dirt with a stick. A few villagers come by with soft cheese and chunks of bread, nodding shyly, saying merci in soft voices. The sun is out, not warm exactly, but polite. The kind of sun that's trying. And for 10 full minutes, you forget where you are. You forget the war. It feels like summer camp for adults with bad haircuts and rifles. Historians still argue whether downtime like this was dangerous, whether letting soldiers relax between missions made them too soft or helped preserve their sanity. You lean toward the latter. You need moments like these, little islands of nonsense in a sea of tension. In the afternoon, you help a local farmer repair part of his barn roof. He doesn't speak English. You don't speak French. But you both point a lot grunt when things fall and high-five when the last plank stays in place. Communication achieved. Before leaving, he gives you a jar of something thick and amber-colored. Honey, maybe, or preserved pears. You don't question it. You just thank him, bow slightly, and walk away with one more good memory in your back pocket. That night, you return to the church ruins. Thompson's there again, perched on the edge of the stone steps, rifle across his knees. You sit beside him and share what's left of the mystery jar with a crust of bread. It's sweet, whatever it is, almost floral. He hums a tune. Russo snores nearby. McDougal's trying to repair the accordion using wire optimism and no mechanical skill whatsoever. You look up at the sky. The stars are out. Still the same. Still watching. You whisper, not dead yet. The stars say nothing. But they stay. The whispers start at breakfast. Not official news. Just the kind that trickles in with cigarette smoke and muttered half-sentences. You're sitting on a crate, gnawing at a tin of cold Spam when someone says it. Paris. Your ears perk up, and you're not the only one. Russo leans in, blinking through the haze of whatever weird soup he's managed to reheat in a mess tin. What about Paris Finch? Eyes wide grins. They say we're headed that way. Liberation soon. You pause with your spoon halfway to your mouth. Paris. The city. The actual Paris. Land of cafes and books and bridges and things that don't explode on arrival. It's the kind of word that makes your heart stutter, like it doesn't quite belong in your mouth, after weeks of foxholes and field stew. But the rumors keep coming. The sergeant says nothing, which is telling. When he doesn't squash a rumor, it usually has legs. Could be a week, someone mutters. Could be a trap, someone else grunts. You look down at your boots, cracked filthy, somehow still damp. Then up at the morning sky, which is politely overcast. Paris feels very far away. Still, the idea sticks. You move through the day with a strange lightness. Patrol duty fine. Carrying crates. Sure. Guarding a random intersection that may or may not matter, happy to oblige. Because now the world feels like it might be moving towards something good. Paris. Paris. A few hours later, a new unit arrives to rotate in. They've been fighting near Caen, tired, dirty, jittery. One guy, a wiry Brit with mud up to his knees, and exactly 3 teeth confirms it. Word is, they're getting ready to push through. Whole line's tightening. Once the armor breaks out, it's a straight shot. Straight you ask. He laughs like you just suggested swimming to Mars. All right, squiggly shot then. You share cigarettes and stories. His worst day, crawling through a trench full of rats the size of small dogs. Your worst day, when your boots got stolen by your own squad as a prank. You still haven't forgiven Russo, who swears he did it in the name of morale. You return to your camp feeling oddly buoyant. Even McDougal, usually stoic, is humming something as he adjusts the radio. A few notes flicker out crackly jazz, then a woman's voice singing in French. Everyone stops. It's just a moment, but it's like being handed a postcard from the future. Someone starts talking about the Eiffel Tower. Another jokes about visiting the Louvre and touching all the paintings just to annoy the guards. Russo insists he's going to find a rooftop bar and eat 4 croissants at once. You've never even had one, you point out. I will, he says solemnly. For France. Historians still debate the psychological impact of rumors during campaigns, how hope functioned as a double-edged sword. Sometimes it rallied men forward. Sometimes it broke them when things didn't pan out. You've seen both. You've been both. But today, hope feels good. Later that afternoon, you're put on a short recon patrol with McDougal and Thompson. Just a sweep around the East Ridge, make sure no Germans are lurking. You move in a wide arc, weapons ready, feet aching. The trees whisper around you. Everything smells damp. Then cresting a small hill, you see it. A sign. Wooden. Weathered. Half buried in ivy, it reads, Route de Paris, 122 kilometers. You all stop. Thompson whistles low. She's closer than we thought. McDougal pulls out his notebook and scribbles the distance like it's gospel. You snap a picture in your mind. The road, the sign, the green beyond. You want to remember it. Not because it's particularly beautiful, but because it feels like something real. A promise. On the way back, you spot a crashed German supply wagon in a ditch. Inside, empty crates, 1 broken typewriter, and a surprisingly intact pack of French playing cards. You pocket the cards and promise to lose gracefully if anyone challenges you later. You return to camp at dusk. The mess tent is serving what they claim is stew. The mystery meat has returned. You chew and avoid asking questions. Around the fire, people talk more openly now. Paris comes up again. Everyone has plans. I'm going to find a woman with red lipstick and absolutely no patience for my nonsense, one guy says. I'm going to sit by the Seine and fall asleep, says another. McDougal grins. I'm going to look Jenkins in the eye and say, told you I'd make it. Even Russo, who's been oddly quiet, says, I want to see Notre Dame. Even if it's just the outside. Even if I get 5 minutes. You sit back and listen. It's dangerous, this kind of talk. But it's also healing. That night, you lie under the open sky, the air cool against your face, the stars feeling closer somehow. You pull out the pack of cards. Shuffle. Deal a few to yourself, and then quietly, you whisper, to the night, hold on, Paris. We're coming. The first thing you notice when you wake is the silence. Not the usual kind. The crackling fire, someone snoring, distant shelling, sort of quiet. No. This is deep silence. The kind that presses against your ears, too still to be trusted. Like the whole world has paused to see what you'll do next. You sit up slowly, scanning the campsite. Nothing stirs. The air is cool, barely rustling the leaves. Even the birds seem to be holding their breath. Russo, for once, is still asleep, his mouth hanging open, fingers curled around a crust of bread, like it owes him money. You stand stretch and feel the aches of Normandy coil down your spine. Your boots protest. Your leg still throbs from the old wound, an ache that's become your constant travel companion. You step outside your tent. There's fog over the fields. Not thick, not ominous, just enough to blur the edges. It gives everything a dreamlike haze, like the world can't quite focus yet. You walk to the edge of the ridge and sit on an overturned crate, watching the mist drift along the hedgerows. No gunfire, no orders, no panic. Just this. It's unsettling. Then you hear it a bird call. One, then two more. Then absurdly a rooster crowing in the distance. Cluckles, you think. She lives. You shake your head and smile. McDougal joins you a few minutes later, radio slung over one shoulder, mug in hand. He sits beside you without a word. Just sips and stares into the fog like it owes him rent. After a while, he says, "It's too quiet." "Yeah, like the war forgot us." "Tempting fate," you reply, because it feels important to say something fatalistic this early in the morning. He shrugs. "I'm due a miracle," he says. You hope he's right. Orders come through mid-morning. Short and vague hold position. Await further instructions. Possible push forward by dawn. Possible. So the day becomes a waiting game. You clean your rifle for the 7th time, not because it needs it, but because your hands need something to do. Russo finally wakes up, claims someone stole his dreams, and proceeds to eat a can of peaches like it's sacred. Finch writes a letter home. You don't ask what it says. You just hope it gets there. Someone nearby has a harmonica. The tune is low meandering, not a song, just sound. It drifts across the field like smoke. You lie back in the grass and let it fill your ears. Around noon, a scout returns from the tree line with a fresh map. He's out of breath, mud-streaked, and very excited. There's a break in their line, he says. South Ridge. Might be a hole big enough to walk through. Everyone perks up. Reinforcements are moving in. Artillery crews prepping. The brass is planning something big. But not yet. First this quiet. You eat in silence. Even the stew tastes cautious. Someone finds a rusted bicycle behind a stone wall and spends 20 minutes trying to ride it in a circle. It goes poorly. But the laughter that follows is real. Loud. Honest. It fills the whole camp for a minute and then vanishes as quickly as it came. Thompson joins you later, his boots, muddied sniper rifle slung casually over his shoulder. He drops beside you, lets out a long sigh, and says, "Think we'll get out." You look at him. Not today, you say, but maybe soon. He nods. That's enough. You all feel it now. This pause, this final breath before the last big push. You know what it means? Every soldier does. It's not rest. It's not peace. It's the coil before the strike. You clean your canteen. You sharpen your bayonet, even though you'll never use it. You fold your spare socks. You write a letter you probably won't send. You put on your lucky scarf. You watch the sky. Birds fly overhead, low, fast, panicked. You count 6. Russo climbs up beside you on the ridge, cradling Cluckles like a very grumpy baby. She's got a feeling, he says. She's psychic now. She's French. Close enough. You all laugh again, just a little. The sun dips low. The fog has lifted. What remains is gold and green, and dangerously beautiful. The landscape no longer hides its scars. Cratered fields, blackened trees, and fences cut in half by shrapnel. Normandy doesn't pretend anymore. You eat early. No one's hungry. You eat anyway. Then someone starts writing names on their helmet. Not morbid, just names. Hometowns. Favorite sandwiches. Your group follows suit. Russo writes Bessie in Sharpie across the front of his helmet. You're 90% sure it's a tribute to a cow. You scrawl your own. Just one word try. McDougal reads it, nods, and says, "That's all we're doing, isn't it? Every day, the sun sets. The field turns blue, then black. The trees whisper. No orders come. No shells fall. Just wind and fireflies. You sit around the small campfire, its glow dancing across tired faces. Someone asks for stories. Real ones. Not war ones. You tell the group about your first job at a movie theater. How the popcorn machine caught fire during Casablanca. How your boss cried, not because of the damage, but because Ingrid deserved better. Rousseau tells one about losing a shoe in a river while trying to impress a girl with his cannonball. He still insists the splash was worth it. Thompson reveals he once wanted to be a dentist. Everyone booed, loudly. The harmonica plays again, and the wind dies. The last thing you hear before falling asleep is someone quietly saying, "Tomorrow, we move." You don't know if it's true, but it feels true. So you sleep, boots beside you, rifle ready, and one final dream of Paris. The morning breaks slowly. No bugles, no shouting. Just the low creak of movement boots against soil gear, shifting nervous breaths being swallowed back down. You wake not to a sound, but a feeling, that invisible click of the world resetting something you only notice when it's already in motion. You sit up still swaddled in your musty blanket, blinking against the pale blue sky. No rain, no wind. Just the promise of a day that means business. Your sergeant walks past, tight-lipped. Doesn't say a word. Doesn't have to. The time has come. Today you march. The push has begun, not a full frontal assault, not quite yet. Just enough movement to signal to everyone, enemy and ally alike, that the waiting part is over. You stretch groaning like a haunted accordion and shove the last of your stale biscuit into your mouth. Rousseau's already moving, clutching his pack and muttering about leaving Cluckles in a morally neutral barn nearby. You assume he means she's safe. You form up in columns, moving through the tall grass like ghosts. The sun hasn't cleared the horizon yet, and everything around you is dipped in that eerie gray-blue hue that makes even a cow look suspicious. A single shot cracks in the distance. You all duck instinctively, but nothing follows. Probably a sniper testing the wind, or maybe just nerves. You push forward. Every step feels heavy, but not from weight, from knowing. This isn't just more marching. This is progress. This is the tide turning. Normandy behind you, Paris somewhere ahead. You cross a field, pockmarked with yesterday's craters. Grass has started to grow, back in some of them. One's been filled in with trash and cigarette butts, an unintentional time capsule of boredom and boredom-related litter. The road tilts upward. The slope is gentle, but your legs hate it anyway. You pass a charred vehicle frame with a German helmet still resting on the hood, as if it's waiting for someone who forgot how to return. Then comes the smell. Burnt rubber, scorched wheat, and something metallic and earthy that always precedes the battlefield. The kind of scent that climbs into your nose and stays there no matter how deep you breathe. You pass a farmhouse, or what's left of it. The top half is gone. The door still swings on one hinge, and above it, in faded paint, someone has written, "Tenez bon." Hold fast. You do. You hold fast. At midday, you break in a shallow ditch just off the main road. Your feet are sore. Your hands shake a little. Not from fear necessarily, but from the exhaustion of anticipation. You drink from your canteen. It's warm, slightly metallic, but it tastes like courage. Or caffeine. Maybe both. McDougal fiddles with the radio again, picks up a garbled transmission. You hear the word bridge, then static, then movement. He nods. It's real. We're punching through. Someone hands you a chocolate bar. You stare at it like it's an alien artifact. You eat half and pocket the rest. For later, for victory, or for bribery. The march resumes. You reach the next rise. A hill crowned with the remnants of a German lookout post, sandbags, collapsed ammo crates, splintered a single rusted periscope poking skyward like a forgotten snorkel. You take a moment, look out, and there it is. Far off, in the haze, tiny at first, barely visible, the faint outline of buildings. Not villages, not ruins. City, Paris. Finch whispers. No one answers, but you all know. The realization is like a shot of adrenaline to the soul. It's not close, but it's there, real, within reach. Not just a rumor or a dream you trade over firelight. It's landscape, it's destination. Historians still argue about how much the average soldier knew about the bigger picture during these moments, whether you felt like a part of history or just a tired guy in a dirty uniform trying not to die. Standing here now, legs shaking, sweat soaking through your collar, you still don't know. But you feel something. And then fire. Not a battle exactly, more like a skirmish. Gunfire erupts down the slope. Your squad drops fans out. You hit the dirt and return fire even though you can barely see who's shooting. It's chaotic, sharp, loud. The smoke rises fast, blinding in the midday glare. A grenade lands 10 feet to your right. You roll heart slamming in your chest. Boom. Dirt showers down. Your ears ring. Rousseau yells something, but you can't hear him. You sit up and fire twice at a window where muzzle flashes blink like evil fireflies. Then quiet again. The Germans retreat or vanish. Or were never more than 5 of them in the first place. You never know. Your hands are shaking. You count your limbs. All there. Thompson's down the road, crouched behind a wall, calmly chewing a piece of gum like he just won a board game. McDougal limps over arm-grazed, nothing serious. You regroup. You breathe. You survive. And that's enough. The squad moves again, slower now. More cautious. You pass a fallen tree with a carved heart on its trunk, someone's initials now scorched. The world keeps offering these strange little relics. Later you pass a field of sunflowers, tall, golden, bowing under their own weight. It's ridiculous, this beauty, this softness here. You stop. You touch one. It sways gently. Rousseau says nothing, but when he walks past, he taps one too. Like it's a ritual, a promise, a reward. You camp that night in an orchard. Apples still hang from the trees, green and firm. Someone knocks one down, bites into it, and flinches. Not ripe, he grunts. Neither are we, someone else replies. You chuckle as you sink to the ground, back against a tree helmet on your lap. Your socks are crusty. Your shoulders ache. But the horizon looks different now. No more hedgerows. No more sand. Just open land smoke, rising in the distance, and the outline of a city too proud to fall. Tomorrow, you'll march again. Maybe fight again. But tonight you're alive. And Paris is waiting. You don't really sleep. Not like a full, healthy REM cycle kind of sleep. It's more like nodding off in slow motion, drifting in and out beneath the apple tree, the scent of overripe fruit, mixing with cordite and old sweat. A dream stutters and folds in on itself like a paper airplane that never gets off the ground. You wake before dawn, not because anyone called reveille, just because the orchard's too quiet again. The air is heavy with fog. Dew beads on your helmet, trickles down your pack straps. You sit up, bones popping, and the first thing you see is the silhouette of the city on the horizon, closer now, much closer. a jagged line of chimneys and rooftops breaking the flat plain like a promise made out of stone. There's no official order, no trumpet blast, just a grunt from your sergeant and a wave forward. It's time. You stand. Russo's already up, stretching theatrically and muttering about how his war back is flaring up again. Finch laces his boots in slow, methodical loops, and McDougal offers you the last of his coffee, lukewarm and vaguely horrifying, but appreciated. Thompson adjusts his rifle sling. Looks like we're walking into history, he says. Again, you reply. You start down the dirt road, boots squelching slightly from yesterday's rain. No tanks, no trucks, just feet, marching. Your gear is lighter than it used to be, some of it lost, some of it ditched, some of it stolen by crows. You're still mad about the spoon incident. But your pace is steady. Fields stretch wide on either side. You pass an old wooden cart tipped into a ditch, flowers growing through the spokes. A scarecrow slumps in a vineyard, his head askew, like even he's exhausted from all this. The road begins to harden under your boots' gravel, giving way to broken cobblestones, signs of a town on the city's outer ribs. You slow slightly as you pass a signpost, Paris. 8 kilometers. It's real now. Tangible. You could walk there. You are walking there. A civilian steps out from behind a stone wall as you pass an old man in a flat cap, eyes wide, hand raised in a silent wave. You nod back. No words exchanged, just recognition. And then ahead, smoke. Not the thick black choking kind. This is thinner. Controlled. Not destruction movement. The kind that trails tanks, signals a fight and retreat. Something's happening up there. You press forward. Your squad fans out. You move with caution, but not fear. Not like the beach. You're veterans now. You hate that word, but it's true. The outskirts of the city are closer now. Houses with broken shutters, bicycles tipped against half-crumbling fences. A shutter swings. A child peeks out. The road narrows. Gunfire cracks from the next block. Your breath catches. You duck behind a stone railing. Return fire. Russo lobs a grenade over a collapsed garden wall. Then silence. Your sergeant holds a fist in the air. Wait. 1 minute. 2. A radio crackles. All clear. You move forward. The barricade ahead is smoldering. Sandbags, twisted metal, and a discarded machine gun that looks like it gave up halfway through the job. A French flag, small, sun-bleached, hangs from a window nearby. As you step through, the city opens up, and it's like walking into a painting someone smudged. Smoke still drifts above the rooftops. Rubble clogs some of the streets. But behind it all, Paris. The rooftops. The railings. The windows. The ghosts of music and poetry still clinging to the corners. People begin to emerge. Carefully. First, just a few faces peeking from behind curtains under makeshift cellars. Then more. A woman holding a child. A man waving a ragged newspaper. Someone banging a spoon against a pot. Cheers begin tentative, soft, then louder, growing. They pour out of doorways like a flood, clapping, shouting. Some are crying. Some are singing. A girl wraps her arms around Russo, kisses him on the cheek, and then promptly steals his helmet. He lets her keep it. Someone offers you bread. You accept, without thinking. It's warm. Warm. McDougal wipes his face with his sleeve and mutters, "Didn't think we'd get here." Same. You all move into the square, flags, flying now from balconies, windows flung open, voices echoing across old stone. The smell of baking mixes with gunpowder, with life. The war's not over. You know that. Fighting continues in other parts. Liberation doesn't mean peace, not yet. But here in this moment, it feels like something cracked open, like the world took a breath it had been holding since June. You find a spot on a low wall and sit. Watch the square. Let the noise wash over you. A boy hands you a flower. A woman hugs you. Rousseau hands out chocolate to anyone under 4 feet tall. McDougal just stares at the sky and says, "Wish Jenkins could see this." Thompson leans against a post, arms folded, and smiles. "Never thought we'd make it," he says. You look around. "We didn't, you say?" Not all of us. You think about Omaha, about the hedgerows, the boy who ran, the girl with the letter, the goat in the foxhole, the pig, the priest, the scarecrow, the stars. You close your eyes and breathe. This is not the end, but it's a chapter. One you'll carry forever. And then you hear it music, real full defiant. Someone has a radio. Someone has found a record player. And Paris is dancing again. Wind down. 300 words. You feel your body soften now. The adrenaline fades. The noise melts into the background, and your mind begins to drift slower now, like a river easing into the sea. The sun is lower in the sky, its light golden spilling across cobblestones and faces. You sit still, on the edge of it all, arms wrapped around your knees, your breath finally settling into a quiet rhythm. Around you, the streets of Paris begin to hum, not with panic, not with war, but with life. A shopkeeper pulls his shutters open. A woman sweeps dust from her stoop. Children draw with chalk on the stone little suns, little flags, little hearts. And you just sit. You're allowed to now. Your legs ache less. Your shoulder relaxes. Even your boots caked in dust seem softer. You watch the sky shift to a deeper blue, the kind that only appears after too much has happened. The kind that says, "You've come far enough today." You think of home, of the people waiting, the ones who didn't know where you were, who maybe still don't. You hope they're sleeping right now, or smiling, or staring at the stars, wondering if you're doing the same. The city fades around you, slow and sweet. You lie back head on your pack. A soft breeze carries the sound of laughter down the alley. You close your eyes. No foxholes tonight. No orders. Just stillness. And the faint taste of peaches on your tongue. The war will wait. But for now, you rest. And breathe. And dream.